Okay, we didn't get far with that one, but we'll start up now in earnest. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the roll.
All righty, good morning. Chair Lieber.
Here.
Vice Chair Gaines.
Here.
Member Vasquez.
Present.
Member Schaefer.
Present.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Present.
Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would make your announcement about the parameters of the remote location.
All righty. If in fact we have someone who is a board member attending the meeting by teleconference from a remote location, the member shall disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at the remote location with the member, and the general nature of the member's relationship with such individuals.
Okay, thank you. Members, the quorum is present, and the board meeting is now called to order. We will start with our Pledge of Allegiance, and Vice Chair Gaines, if you would lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we'll go on now to members' brief opening remarks. Mr. Gaines, did you have anything to me? Please go ahead.
Two comments. I'll keep it brief, but I did want to make sure that I recognized Martin Luther King. And this month we celebrate the life and nation-changing accomplishments of Dr. Martin Luther King, who galvanized American moral sentiment in the 1960s and ushered in the Civil Rights Revolution and a new era of equality in America. I was raised to believe that his call for a colorblind United States, where our merit and character would define us, was the highest secular ideal we could strive for. I still believe that. King's victory and legacy seem more secure by the year during most of my life. But dark forces are swirling around our country, and ugly divisions based on race are sprinting back into the public square, pitting us against each other, trying to create permanent enemies out of people who should be united as Americans, first and above all. We cannot go backwards. King knew the danger of his cause. He braved death day in and day out, but he charged ahead. His was a hard-fought legacy, bought at the price of his life. We shouldn't sacrifice his victory to political and social fads. His lessons are enduring and create a better, fairer America. Let us honor King's accomplishments this month and every month by striving for equal treatment of everyone and every race and creed, every man and woman, from youngest to oldest in this greatest country in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to add a few things to MLK. I'm glad Vice Chair brought this up. Yeah, Dr. King, he had such an impact on the civil rights and pretty much the nation on some of the issues you raised already. But before I continue, I just wanted to also recognize the passing of his youngest son, Drexter. We lost Drexter, Scott King. He was living in Malibu. At the age of 62, he fought real hard to fight prostate cancer, but lost his fight this last Sunday. So I just wanted to put that out there and put out my sincere condolences to the King family. But he had the opportunity, the King, specifically Martin Luther King, to visit my alma mater back in the day at USC and many of the universities throughout. He did one of his biggest rallies there in LA Memorial Coliseum back in the early 60s. And just wanted to mention that several of his huge protests, the impact it had and how it led to really our President Johnson at the time to finally sign the Bill of Rights, especially the civil rights movement, to finally move that forward. So just wanted to acknowledge that. And I know throughout not only the state of California, but throughout the country, there's always celebrations. And the one that always hits me is that people need to really think about his principles and what he fought for, not just that one day, but really exercise and practice those 365 days out of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer, did you have comments? That you'd like to
Yes,
make?
I did. Well, today is special in many reasons. I want to add a comment on Dr. King. The 4 words, "I have a dream," really didn't mean anything until he came along. And the 4 words, "I have a dream," became his famous speech back in 1963. And I would recommend that everybody within hearing of my voice go on your cell phone and read the lyrics or the words to "I Have a Dream," because that's an immortal speech that will live forever. And those 4 words, "I have a dream," are part of America, and we always honor that every year when we honor Martin Luther King's birthday. This is also the birthday, number 71, for former mayor of Los Angeles, Villa Rosa, and Tony and I represent Southern California, and Mayor Villagrosa served L.A. and California well, and been a candidate for governor, and we honor his 71st birthday. I have a little whimsical thing this morning on the airplane. I flew up here from on Southwest, as I do for all of our meetings, and I was told that our pilot and our co-pilot were father and son. I think that is James and James Jr. And I'm so proud of that and impressed with it, excited about it, and wanted to share it with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer and Mr. Emrod.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair. Good morning to Mr. Vice Chair as well. So excited for the 2024 new year and all the work that we have here at the Board of Equalization. Also, on behalf of the Controller, and I wanted to pay tribute to the King family, to fairness, to respect, to dignity, and also a tribute to the passing of the son Dexter King as well. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I very much appreciate all the members' comments that are so on point and raise different facets of Dr. King's life and legacy. I very much appreciate that. And if I might take a brief moment of personal privilege to thank my colleagues for the trust that you've placed in me in terms of chairing this year, and for Mr. Gaines for stepping up as our vice chair for this year. I very much appreciate it. And I wanted to note that January 23rd is Ed Roberts Day in California. He was a disability rights activist after being stricken by polio as a child. And he is often referred to as the father of the independent living movement. He was a radical and uncompromising activist who believed that policy that involved people living with disabilities had to include people with disabilities in the formation of it. And independent living is a policy jewel in California, and it's one of the things that we've exported to other states and to other countries to ensure that people living with disabilities have equity and equality in terms of employment, housing, and all kinds of opportunity. So our thanks go out to the work of Ed Roberts and to everyone who's carrying that legacy forward. So we'll go on now to our informational announcement. Ms. Cicchetti?
Thank you. Here we go. Our first order of business is our informational announcement. This meeting is live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE YouTube channel. Therefore, that we ask that all speakers please state your name first before you begin speaking for the record. We ask that you speak clearly and slowly into the microphone. I would like to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and any other wireless devices. Note that the public comment is taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment on the matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the telephone number and access code provided on a public agenda notice, and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend calling or dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line before the beginning of the agenda item that you wish to comment on. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the informational announcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to let everyone know that we will be taking the agenda today out of the numerical order, and we will be taking up item 1, then items 4 and 5, then the executive director reports inclusive of agenda items 8 through 13. Then we will return to agenda items 2 and 3, then items 6 and 7, and finally, the remainder of the executive director reports, items 14 through 16. Thank you. And we'll go on now to our item 1, which is public comment on matters that are not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items that are not on the agenda may do so under this item. Please note that the board cannot act on items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule items raised by the public for consideration at a future meeting. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. And Ms. Cicchetti, do we have any written comments for this item?
We do not have any written comments for this item, and we do not have anyone in the auditorium.
Thank you. We'll go to our AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 1 on the agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to make a comment, please press 1, then 0.
Okay, hearing,
There are no comments.
thank you very much. And we will go on now to item 4, which is our chief counsel matters, public hearing on property tax rule 192. We have a presentation by Mr. Lujan.
Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. Thank you. My name is David Lujan. I'm with the legal department. Today before you, the rule regarding audit selection was approved by the board and then published on November 9th of 2023. The rule conforms with changes made to RTC Section 469 to provide county assessors greater flexibility in meeting audit requirements. Specifically, they allow county assessors to complete 4 years worth of required audits anytime within a set 4-year period. During the public comment period, we received 1 letter of support for the amendments from the San Bernardino County Assessor, but otherwise received no other public comment. As a result, the amendments to Rule 192 are unchanged from what was approved and published. Therefore, staff recommends and requests adoption of the proposed amendments as presented in the materials so that we may complete the rulemaking process. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll go for our public comment. Do we have anyone who submitted written comments or sought to be recognized?
I have no one in the audience who would like to, but I do have a public comment that I'd like to read into the record.
Please.
Alrighty, it's a letter dated January 16th, 2024, from Chris Wilhite, Assessor Recorder, County Clerk, San Bernardino. It was addressed to the State Board of Equalization, to the Legal Department. Ray, January 23rd, 2024, meeting of the board. Agenda item 4, public hearing, property tax rule 192, public comment. Dear California State Board of Equalization, as of January 1st, 2019, Senate Bill SB 1498 amended Sections 469 to allow county assessors flexibility in meeting annual audit requirements. Beginning with the 2019 to 2020 fiscal year, assessors may meet requirements of Section 469 by completing 4 years' worth of required annual audits anytime within a set 4-year period. Under the authority granted to the Board of Equalization, the BOE adopted property tax rule 192 to meet the audit requirements of Section 469. The proposed amendment provides further clarification to assessors of the change of Section 469. San Bernardino County Assessor staff have examined and are in full support of the Property Tax Rule 192 proposed amendment. After a thorough examination, the proposed amendment would have no significant financial impact to our processes, and most importantly, would not impact property owners within our county. Since the passing of SB 1498, our county has been able to adapt to the auditing requirements set forth through legislation and are confident that with the BOE's approval of the proposed amendment, we will be able to be complacent. This amendment is consistent with existing state regulation and does not conflict with any federal regulations. San Bernardino County Assessor staff believe that the proposed amendment is reasonably necessary for efficient and fair administration of the audit selection provisions. If you or your staff have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. There's some telephone numbers and email addresses. Respectfully, Chris Wilhite, Assessor, Recorder, County Clerk, San Bernardino County.
Thank you so much. And seeing no other comments coming from the auditorium, we'll go on now to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 4 on the agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen on the phone line, if you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 and 0. There are no comments.
Thank you.
Madam
Have-
Chair, I
Yes.
just realized that since we flipped the agenda, I had a quick question when it's appropriate.
Okay. Well, having completed that non-input from the AT&T moderator, we'll bring it back to the board. And Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, appreciate it. Mr. Lujan, I noticed you might have answered, or maybe not you, but staff might have answered some of these questions in the past. But just for clarification, since SB 1498 went into effect in January of 2019 to create this rolling 4-year period during which assessors can complete the specific number of audits, rather than having a complete specified number each and every year, what was the starting point for the assessors? Do we know that?
Yeah, there's actually a calculation based that's in RTC 469, and that calculation is unchanged. So
That
it's
didn't change?
Yeah. So what it really does is just give greater flexibility, which is actually particularly useful for smaller counties. They would have to normally hire. Sometimes they don't have like an auditor on staff, so they'd have to hire someone every year. This actually benefits them because now they can just hire somebody once instead of 4 times. So it helps them. And with larger counties such as LA, the greater flexibility may help them if they have fluctuations in staffing. But it doesn't alter the number of audits or the audit requirements. It just gives the assessors greater flexibility.
And since that's been put into effect, do we know what type of impact it's had on the assessors, positive or negative?
Well, we saw the letter of support. We didn't really receive any other public comment, but my understanding is that it seems to be working well and it is well received.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, we can go ahead to take a motion on this. And the recommended motion is to adopt the amendment of Property Tax Rule 192 as recommended by staff.
So moved.
Mr. Vasquez moves. And Mr. Gaines seconds. Mr. Keddy, if you'd like to call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Great, the motion passes. Thank you, members. And we'll go on now to item 5, which is our consent agenda. It's comprised wholly of the minutes of the December 12th, 2023 board meeting. And I guess we can take a motion on this before going to public comment.
So move.
Correct on that? Mr. Schaefer moves approval of the minutes. Mr. Vasquez seconds. Mr. Cuddy, do we have any written comments or anyone in the auditorium hoping to comment?
I have no one in the auditorium, and we have received no written comments on this item.
Okay, we'll go ahead to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, is there anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 5 on the agenda?
For anyone on the phone line, please press 1, then 0. There are no comments.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? I'll just add that for the first time ever, I got a compliment from a member of the public about the minutes. It's very, very nice to hear that the completeness and how well they were noted. So thank you. And Mr. Keddy, if you could call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Great, the motion carries. And we'll go on now to item 8 and start our executive director reports. Ms. Towers.
Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members. First, members, let me begin by saying Happy New Year. Also, congratulations, Chair Lieber and Vice Chair Gaines, on your recent selection as leaders of this board. Thank you, Member Vasquez, for your 2023 leadership as our chairman. Members, for 2024, I am ready and committed to continue the good work that we do with the entire board. For today's report, I'd like to take a few minutes to reflect on 2023. Members, as the board secretary and the agency executive director, I'm appreciative of your leadership and support to move this agency forward. Further, I am honored to work with a team of extraordinary people, the employees of the State Board of Equalization, whose professionalism, expertise, and dedication to the successful administration of our programs continues to impress me daily. Staff has been reporting on their progress and work activities throughout the past year, and now I would like to highlight some of our 2023 accomplishments. Starting with Board Proceedings and Support Service Division. Board Proceedings and Support Service Division did an excellent job. They hosted the annual meeting of the State Board of Equalization and County's Assessors in September of last year. And as a thanks to Board Proceedings and CDTFA media production team, I would like to highlight that they have successfully facilitated 16 in-person and hybrid public meetings, including board meetings, board work groups, and informational hearings. The board received over 2,500 views of their meetings during the year. That's on our YouTube channel. Board Proceedings and Support Service has prepared and submitted 73 purchase and contracts requests, prepared and facilitated and submitted 50 hiring packages, and completed the onboarding of 29 employees new to the agency, and an increase over last year, 2022. 19 of our employees moved up the career ladder and were promoted during the year of 2023. Let's talk about the Property Tax Department's State Assessed Properties Division. This division produced and prepared 2023 board roll for the state assessed property with a total assessed value over $143 billion. Transmitted the values to the 58 county auditors, representing about $2.35 billion in property tax revenues for schools and local government. Produced and prepared for adoption and billed the 2023 private railroad car tax roll for a total amount of over $10.3 million that would go to the state's general fund. They successfully completed 24 state assessed property appeals, completed 17 property tax audits, and physically inspected and valued over 9,500 state assessed land parcels. Processed 1,899 statement of land changes and coordinated the corresponding assessment jurisdictions for each change within the 58 county assessors. Processed 251 jurisdictional boundary changes, resulting in over $593,000 in revenue, again, to the state general fund. And produced the 2023 valid tax rate area list with 61,712 tax rates areas. Okay, what about the county assessed property division within the property tax department? As part of our oversight role, the County Assessed Property Division published 12 surveys, samplings, which are, as we know, compliance audits. Surveys, compliance audits, surveys. We audit. They issued 56 letters to assessors and 24 assessors county items, assessor-only letters. These letters, as we know, are guidance to the assessors, part of our oversight role. Responded to over 13,000 property tax inquiries from stakeholders. These inquiries, 11,918 were by phone call, 1,545 web inquiries, 56 letters, and 228 faxes. That shocked me because I thought fax was an outdated technology, but it's still here and we do use it. We at least respond. The County Assessed Property Division issued 348 permanent and advanced appraiser certifications and 5 permanent advanced assessment analysis. That's 353 certificates. That means 353 county employees or state employees, BOE employees, became certified to place value on the roll. That means that our training program is excellent. Let me explain why. In 2023, they provided training to 788 students in 23 different virtual courses and 9 in-person courses. 263 students received training through our American River College course and Sacramento State University. And 395 students participated and was graded in our online self-study session. They issued 615 organization clearance certificates and 334 supplemental certificates for the welfare exemption. Staff improved procedures and streamlined process to reduce the turnaround time within 1 month. Members, as you know, this increase in efficiency is a result of the good work we did on our welfare exemption process improvement study that staff reported on in 2022. The County Assessed Property Division discovered and reported 620 change in control and 400 change in ownership to the county assessors, resulting in reassessment of the California real property held by such entities. The County Assessed Property Division released the first electronic form, the BOE 100B, Statement of Change in Control and Ownership of Legal Entities, on our website so that taxpayers can complete, sign, and submit the form electronically. Staff is also near completion of the process for 6 more forms that will be filed electronically. These forms relate to the BOE welfare exemption and should be on our website the first quarter of 2024. Secret, it's already up. As part of our co-op agreement with the California Franchise Tax Board, the County Assessed Property Division collaborated with FTB to revise the questions pertaining to legal entities with California real property on all 5 of the income tax returns related to entities, corporate entities. They changed the questions, allowing for the taxpayers to easily respond to the questions on whether or not there was a change in control, which improved our discovery tools for this program. They also updated the Assessor's Handbooks, Assessor Handbook Sections 531, Residential Building Costs, 534, Rural Building Costs, and 581, Equipment and Fixtures. Next, our Communication Department. Several publications were updated, including the Introduction to California State Board of Equalization, Publication 21G, and the California State Board of Equalization Fact Sheet, Publication 1. Both of these publications, and many more, are excellent resources for this board when you guys are out doing your outreach. So thank you for using these tools. The department published fiscal year 22-23 annual report and fiscal year 22-23 taxpayer rights advocates annual report and various information sheets. Focusing on internal communication, the communications department led the creation and launch of the agency's new intranet site, My BOE. This came live in 2023. My BOE replaced all legacy intranet sites, furthering better communication and collaboration agency-wide. In addition, all board members and their staff have access to My BOE. The department has also issued and published 2 editions of the employees' newsletter, BOE Connect, featuring employees, updates, and stories to encourage teamwork and foster a better work environment. These newsletters are on My BOE. The Communications Department, in partnership with the Taxpayer Rights Advocates Office, had a very successful communication strategy to inform taxpayers and stakeholders about the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. This strategy included outreach toolkits, utilizing electronic communications, and engaging partners in promoting the hearing. With respect to social media, similar to 2022, there was 7 social media posts on all of our channels in 2023. These posts feature upcoming board meetings and hearings and updates on information about BOE and BOE responsibilities. BOE, thanks to our communications department, is a social media influencer. I'm going to be here a while. So. Ledge Research and Stats Division. Their accomplishments, starting with bills. 2 bills sponsored by BOE were signed into law. The first one, SB 889, now authorizes electronic services of levies and requires any determinations or cancellation made by the board under the alcoholic beverage tax program to be made public for 10 days after the effective date of the determination to cancel or cancellation. What we did, we reversed it. Before, you have to have the publication for 10 days, and then the taxpayer would get their refund. We felt like that's not good customer service. If you know that they're due a refund, get them the refund as soon as possible, and then do the 10-day publication. The second bill was SB 890, institute a technical change regarding our favorite topic, Proposition 19. It provided proper cross-references in the Revenue and Taxation Code, including references to the intergenerational transfer exclusion, as well as the age 55 and other disabled and disabled-based spatial valued sections. Additionally, 5 board-sponsored bills were signed into law. AB 556, property taxation, transfer of base year value, disaster relief, authored by Assembly Member Gallagher. SB 4, planning and zoning, housing development, higher education, institution, and religious institution, authored by Assembly Member Weiner. SB 20, joint powers agreement, regional housing trust, authored by Senator Rubio. SB 420, land use streamlined housing approval, multifamily housing development, authored by Senator Weiner. And SB 734, property tax, possessory interest, authored by Senator Rubio. They also calculated the private railroad car tax and 4R ratio and provided stats table for the agency's upcoming 22-23 annual report. Equal Employment Opportunity Office has successfully completed the biannual language survey as required by Government Code Section 7290. BOE Disability Advisory Committee successfully held its 3rd annual virtual hosted event by Mr. Bill Marr from Stop Sigma, Sacramento, who focused on mental health and illness. The EEO officer provided executive management training on equal employment opportunity, and BOE's demographics, including generational diversity, race and ethnicity diversity, and gender diversity. The EEO office administered the annual training plan, for which the purpose is to assist employees in their short and long-term professional development goals while aligning BOE's training resources with BOE's Business and Strategic Plan initiative. We support training our employees. The EEO office also administered CalHR annual statewide Employees, Veterans, and Disability Survey. The disability data collected is critical to the success of the California Department of Human Resources to monitor and evaluate the provisions of equal employment opportunity and non-discriminatory employment practices within state civil services, and to gauge the success of recruiting and retaining a diverse workforce. Taxpayer Rights Office. This office has completed about 310 taxpayer cases providing response and resolving taxpayer issues. Published the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Fiscal Year 21-22 Annual Report in February of 2023. Held the 2023 Taxpayer Rights Bill of Rights hearing in August of 2023, allowing taxpayers the opportunity to speak before the elected board. In the area of taxpayer education, the TRA office published 3 information sheets to assist taxpayers in understanding various assistance and exemption topics. The first published information sheet addressed taxpayer assistance programs for seniors. This next 2 address homeowners exemption and disabled veterans exemptions. The one regarding the seniors, I must, acknowledge that we did this publication at the advice of my advisory council. Thank you, advisory council. And finally, the legal department has issued 27 legal opinions on novel and complex property tax issues facing the 58 counties, responding to over 243 legal inquiries by providing resources and analysis to county assessment appeal boards, county assessors, and the public. Submitted 4 rulemaking packages to the Office of Administrative Law and had 15 litigation cases against the BOE closed or dismissed. Members, this is a review of the 2023 accomplishment. It highlights a lot of our work, but it by no means represents all of the body of work that our agency and our extraordinary staff has achieved. Again, I just want to applaud and commend them. Each year that passes, we leverage the lessons learned and build upon our many achievements to fuel our continued success. We will continue to move forward, build workforce gaps when appropriate, and modernize our agencies so that we remain the highly valued and effective state agency serving all of California. Finally, members, I'd like to thank you. Your leadership has been invaluable in continuing our journey and helping to ensure our taxpayers and stakeholders are aware of who we are and our value to the state and local government. Before I move on, are there any questions regarding our 2023 accomplishments?
Members, any questions? Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, thank you for a very nice report. Maybe in the 179 years we've been here, your report and that of your predecessors has always been orally, but I, for one, would appreciate a brief couple of pages in writing. I keep going to my little book here for item 8 for some paper report, and I understand your report is always orally. I don't hear as good as I used to do, and also I might want to ask you a question or write comments that I might want to ask you later, but that takes me away from listening fully to what you're saying. And it would be very nice if I could have a couple pages of your report that I could just sort of mark up as we go along. Could I ask you, have you ever had your report in writing, or have I been sitting here for 5 years listening to it orally and not realizing that?
It's always been oral since we've started this process of, it's always been an oral report where the executive director does a wrap-up, in January.
Yeah.
And it's also, it is somewhat in writing because a lot of the information that I just shared with you will be included in our annual report.
Yes, yes. Well, I know we get a report from you regularly, and I would like an excuse to maybe respond to it later after I have a chance to do a little research on issues, and to put the burden on me to make copious notes while we're listening to your report is really more than I want to deal with. So I'm just stating what I'm looking for. Also, I do want us to minimize any duplication. I want to know that when you review the outstanding work of our taxpayers' representative, as you did for a couple minutes, we're not going to be getting the same information from our taxpayers' representative and vice versa. You realize that less can be better sometimes. Thank you.
Sir, for your comments.
Mr. Vasquez?
Mine's more of a comment. I'm assuming you still have more to say on your report, right?
I still have more to say on my report, but not on our accomplishments.
Well, let me just start with the accomplishment, and I'll hold off on the others.
Okay.
On the accomplishments, first of all, I just wanted to commend and congratulate the staff and your leadership on this, because I know in reading through it and what you just mentioned, it's pretty impressive. And I know we've covered quite a bit of milestones like you listed already, especially on the legislative side. So, but I had a couple of budget questions, but I imagine you're going to talk a little bit about it later, so I'll hold off on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, thank you very much, Executive Director Stowers, for your presentation of accomplishments. And I just wanted to highlight what's happened with the welfare exemptions and the speed as a result of the reforms done by David Young and you and the entire staff. Very grateful for that, and it just stuck out in terms of the timeline and how reduced it is. That individuals now, or entities now have the ability, nonprofits, to seek the welfare exemption. And that process, which used to take up to 6 months, is more like 1 month time frame. And so that's very encouraging when I hear that in terms of our interaction with our constituents and addressing their needs. I also just want to take a moment and thank you for the opportunity to visit. I had a chance to go visit the new hires at the BOE, actually everybody, but we've had so many people that we've hired in the last couple of years that I just wanted to make sure I had a chance to say hello and walk through the office and get a better understanding of the operations and everything that's happening. And we have some challenges in front of us still in terms of trying to satisfy the hiring needs, in particular for the appraiser auditors positions. I'm trying to get the name right.
Auditor appraiser.
Okay, auditor appraiser, thank you. And I didn't realize that it requires two skill sets, one with an accounting background, the other with an appraisal background. So I wish you success and luck in doing that, and anything I can do to help support that effort, because we've got challenges before us in terms of, and we're trying, I know you're trying to resolve them in terms of having the right steps that satisfy talent that we have within our agency, so that people aren't having to perhaps leave the BOE for other opportunities. So,
Thank you, sir. Yes.
yeah, thank you.
The staff really enjoyed your visit. They're still talking about it, so thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule.
Absolutely. I recommend it for my colleagues too. If you wanted to say hello to folks,
That's great.
it was wonderful. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Emron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to also commend you, Executive Director Stowers, for the great report. I think when you highlight 2023, it just so shows how much incredible work this agency is doing. I think this agency is building. It's getting quicker in the response times, and I really do believe the sky's the limit. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Executive Director, and the entire staff.
Thank you. And I too wanted to add my thanks and congratulations to Executive Director Stowers and all of the staff. That is just a truly impressive list of accomplishments, and often moving through difficult areas to get to them and to deliver a real benefit to taxpayers and to our state overall. So thank you so much for that. I really, as I'm trying to be a good ambassador for the BOE out there, I often say that we're lean and not at all mean. And I think it really points out how much service is given, how many questions answered, particularly for the smaller counties that maybe don't have the staffing and don't see every single rare case coming forward, and to be able to offer the technical assistance to them, as well as taxpayers individually, just really excites me, and I think it's very, very impressive. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll go back to your report now.
Okay, returning to our regular scheduled meeting, our channel. Next, members, I'd like to talk about the governor's budget. As you know, Governor Newsom released his proposed fiscal year 2024-25 state budget on Wednesday, January the 10th. The governor's announcement states the proposed budget, and I quote, is a balanced funding plan that maintains the state's fiscal stability while preserving key investments for education, public safety, addressing homelessness, mental health care reform, climate action, and other priorities. The announcement goes on to say, using some of the unprecedented budget reserve built up over the past years and other tools, this budget responsibly closed a projected $37.86 billion shortfall. Members, the full budget summary and fact sheets are available online. In the current budget proposal, The BOE funding remains approximately the same at 193.6 positions and approximately $35.1 million. This is a slight increase over the past year of $33.8 million, mainly to accommodate the previously negotiated salary increases for our staff. We will continue to monitor the budget process and keep you informed if any changes are made to the BOE. Members, do you have any questions regarding the budget?
Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the budget, I was just curious, as you're looking at the line items, especially on the new potential hires that I know we were still looking to bring on board, is that still on schedule, or is there going to be like a slowdown given the governor's new budget?
At this time, there is no hiring freeze.
Oh.
So as we continue to do our recruitment to fill vacancies, which Ms. Benatti will be talking about really soon, we will be able to hire.
Oh, great.
Thank you for the question, sir.
Any other questions on the brief budget information? Okay, please proceed.
Okay, finally, members, I would like to highlight a few important events, both past and upcoming. On December 14th, I spoke at the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials, Clerks of the Board Conference here in Sacramento. For my presentation, I provided an overview of the State Board of Equalizations and the program we administer. They were very happy to have me there. I enjoyed speaking with them, and their questions or my takeaway, the conversation was very open and fluid. And what they said that what they appreciate most is in our handbook, Assessment Appeal Board Training Manual, which is online. There's a section in there designed just for the clerks, and they like that section, and they actually use it.
Great.
So that was that meeting, and then we promised to keep the communication lines open. Upcoming events. March 20th, 2024 is the California Taxpayers Association, CalTax. They will hold their 98th annual meeting and breakfast with the board. Members, you guys are all invited, and I do believe they will be sending you an invitation if they have not already. As you know, that's an early morning, breakfast at 7:30, panel discussion around 8, and pretty much finish around 9. Look forward to their invitation and then the questions. Later on that afternoon, I, as the executive director, will participate with the leaders of the Franchise Tax Board, California Department of Tax and Fee, and Office of Tax Appeal on a panel discussing an update on California tax administration. Overall, this annual meeting is an excellent opportunity to connect with stakeholders, and we appreciate the opportunity to participate. I will continue to keep your office up to date on the details of this event and other events as they are upcoming. Members, that concludes my report on item 8. My executive management team will provide updates on projects and operation priorities in their respective areas. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your invitation to the breakfast. Is it on March 20th? Does that tie in with one of our meetings? When is our meeting in March?
Our meeting is March 19th,
Oh,
so
that would be the next morning.
it'll be the next morning.
Okay, that's nice that you think of us, because it's a different thing for Tony and I to come to the breakfast as it is for Ted and Sally, who are much closer, and so I appreciate that. I'm very pleased to hear that you're speaking out at like on December 14th. There are a number of major civic and business groups in the Sacramento area, Rotary Club perhaps, Kiwanis Club perhaps, Chamber of Commerce. They would all benefit from being able to meet you and hear you tell what good work we're doing, and I would encourage you to, maybe with the assistance of Mr. Kim, to find out just what speaking engagements there are and to see if they might like to have you be a guest for a little 20-minute talk and some questions and answers, because I think you do a very fine job and you're a good representative of us, and I think it's good for the board to have you go out there and say hello to these groups when it's harder for us to do it because we're only in town for a couple of days at a time, and you're here all the time, and you're our face, and I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Vasquez?
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if it's appropriate at this point. I noticed Mike raised the issue of possibly having something in writing, even if it's just a 2 or 3 pager, and I'm watching him struggle as he's listening, and it sounds like at least 2 of us are on board with that. And that's something I brought up sometime last year. And if there's a consensus, I think it'd be helpful, not only to the board, but just to staff as well, as we prepare hopefully to facilitate our discussions at the meeting.
Well, thank you. I agree with you on that. And
I don't know if we need a formal motion, Madam Chair, or if you just...
Well, I would move that the executive director be requested to give us a brief summary of her remarks
in writing, you're saying?
in writing as part of our agenda, so we can follow around if we want, or make little comments of questions we might want to ask her when she's over with, or as I often do, tear it out and take it home and think about it and maybe say, hey, I'll give her a call or send her a note. It's harder for me to go back in my memory alone. I'm sort of used to, I think we're all used to stuff being in writing.
Okay.
No, I'll
And
second that
we'll-
if we need a second.
I think we may not need a motion, but I see Ms. Himovitz approaching.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Julia Himovitz on behalf of the legal department. That is correct, Chair Lieber. You do not need a motion for this, but I think that if there's a consensus of the board and the executive director, if her report calls for something in writing, because some months it's not as robust as others, so a report may not be necessary, but if the general consensus of the board is to have something in writing, you do not need a motion.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
That's,
And
And the reason, I mean, I think, it doesn't have to be real elaborate. I mean, especially like you're saying, some months you think it's kind of, real shallow. Even just putting dates. I think you rattled off some dates like conferences and meetings things that are going on that you might be speaking at, or things that we might be invited to or willing to participate would be sufficient without something real, intense in terms of a report.
okay.
Well, Ted
let's-
has a motion. I
excuse me,
second it.
excuse
I'm
me.
sorry.
We'll confer with Ms. Dowers about what we could get, and I think it would be particularly helpful for our discussion at Caltex to have some of those accomplishments that you mentioned. I was actually intending to go back on YouTube and take some crib notes after this meeting, but I'm sure that Ms. Towers could give us a better formatted kind of a thing, and if it doesn't infringe too much on the annual report and
Okay.
things like that.
Thank you, members, for your comments. I will, I always do it in reverse order. As far as the 2023 accomplishments, I will get you a high-level memo that you can refer to for your Caltex meeting. Since I've already shared the accomplishments via this meeting, there's no Bagley-King conflicts, correct? No, okay.
Certainly no.
Okay, thank you. And then as far as my future reports, I will work with the chair to see how I can provide you with at least a template on what I'm going to be talking about. And when there's upcoming events, I will put that in that template as well.
Well, thank
you so much.
I'm very pleased to hear that.
Mr. Emron, were you signaling that you have comments or no? Okay. Well, suffice to say that your report generated a lot of interest. So kudos, Ms. Towers.
Thank you very much.
And does that conclude item 8?
Yes, it does.
For you?
That concludes item 8 for me.
And I know that we're kind of bumping up against the time of our mid-morning break. to, is this a good time to take that break to let staff reconnoiter? And so we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and go on to item 9. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
To potentially go on to item 9. I'm getting the high sign. If we could go on to item 9, and this is our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Program report, and it's a report on the operation of the BOE's DEI program and the Equal Employment Opportunity EEO office. And this will be presented by Ms. Stowers and Ms. Ahmad Asher. Thank you.
Good morning, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Members, as I presented at last month's meeting at the BOE, we are very proud of the work on diversity, equity, and inclusion, DE&I, and on equal employment opportunity, EEO. I would like to introduce the BOE's DEI EEO officer, Ms. Asma Hamad Asher.
Good
She has
morning.
been, I'm sorry, should have coordinated. She has been in the position since 2021 and is responsible for administering BOE's robust EEO and diversity and inclusion program. Today, I have asked Ms. Ahmad Asher to give a brief presentation highlighting those programs and the many ways we incorporate DE&I in our operations. With that, I will now turn it over to Ms. Ahmad Asher.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members. As Ms. Stowers stated, my name is Asma Ahmad Asher, and I am the BOE's Diversity Inclusion Officer and Manager of the EO Office. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the board on BOE's efforts on diversity, equity, inclusion, or DEI. Next slide. Today, I will briefly go over what diversity, equity, inclusion is, why DEI matters at BOE, a comparison of California census data with BOE's current workforce demographics, an overview of BOE's diversity and BOE's current DEI initiatives. Next slide. Members, as you may know, diversity is more broadly defined than just race and gender. Diversity is a mixture of differences, similarities that make us unique. This includes values, preferences, belief, backgrounds, experiences, and indeed our obvious physical attributes such as race, color, age, gender, height, weight, disability, whether it's physical or invisible, in our behaviors. Essentially, diversity is all the collective attributes that make us who we are. On September 16th, 2022, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N-1622, which directs state agencies and departments to advance equity and inclusive practices in their mission, policies, practices, and help expand opportunities for all by addressing disparities and unequal circumstances. However, at the end of the day, embracing DEI must go beyond complying with the executive order and statutes. It's about creating a culture of belonging and a work environment that is inclusive, collaborative, and equitable. Next slide. Members, this slide provides the reasons why diversity, equity, inclusion matter at BOE. DEI matters because it reflects California's rich diversity, as California is one of the most diverse states in the United States. As one of California's tax agencies, fairness and equity in tax administration is critical, and a commitment to DEI principles reinforces BOE's dedication to treating all taxpayers equitably, regardless of their background or socioeconomic status. Recognizing DEI helps address disparities and make efforts to address any disparities in our diversity. A diverse workforce brings a broader range of perspectives and experiences, enhancing decision-making and community trust. Diverse teams are often more innovative and creative. Valuing diversity helps recruit and retain talent, and the BOE takes pride in its inclusive work environment. We must recognize that BOE's demographics and needs constantly evolve, and BOE is open and adapts to that change. Next slide. Members, as you can see here, this slide compares the racial and ethnic diversity of current BOE employees with the most recent California census. We are similar to or exceed the state's demographics makeup in certain races, and the data indicates that we recognize and continue our recruitment planning and activities by casting a wide net to the underrepresentation categories so our workforce may more closely reflect California's rich diversity. Next slide. This slide illustrates BOE's generational diversity, and it's similar when compared to all state employees. The BOE has done a good job retaining its baby boomers and recruiting Generation X in more significant numbers than other state agencies and departments. And we are working hard to prepare for the generations to come, including Generation Z. This data also shows that healthy generational diversity and a coexistence of multiple generations at BOE, each having their own distinct experiences, values, communication styles, and work preferences. BOE embraces and recognizes that each generation brings its unique strengths, preferences, and expertise, and we work hard to ensure that we create a harmonious and inclusive work environment. Next slide. This slide compares all state employees who identify as male and female, statewide versus BOE. As you can see, the BOE is similar to all other state departments and agency employees. Next slide. This slide shows the percentage of all state employees who identify as having a disability versus data collected from BOE employees. Compared to all state department and agency employees, BOE exceeds the statewide average, which demonstrates BOE's commitment to DEI principles and merit hiring. At BOE, we provide all employees with access to reasonable accommodations to assist them in performing their duties and provide ergonomic work environments to ensure safety and wellness. Since 2021, the Disability Advisory Committee has held several agency-wide events where invited guest speakers have spoken on various issues such as vision and physical impairments, mental health, and mental illness. Our partnership with local colleges and communities, especially with the Los Rios Workability Program, have further broadened our outreach efforts to ensure that a diverse candidate pool and those who have disabilities. Next slide. This chart is a comparison of all state employees who self-reported as veterans compared to BOE employees. Multiple factors are included in this comparison, including retirements. At BOE, we use this information to do targeted outreach for recruitment, including veterans organizations, career fairs, professional groups, and etc. Next slide, please. Members, now I will briefly go over and share what BOE's current DEI initiatives are. Recruitment and hiring practices. The BOE established a recruitment team, developed recruitment materials, and implemented strategies to attract a diverse pool of candidates. DEI training. BOE has instituted mandatory DEI training for all employees to raise awareness, build a cultural competence, and promote inclusive behavior to ensure employees can effectively interact with diverse colleagues and exemplify inclusive leadership. BOE also provides additional DEI training classes for professional development to our supervisors and managers. Diverse hiring panels. BOE ensures diverse representation on hiring panels to minimize unconscious biases during the selection process. Employee resource groups. At BOE, we support and promote the establishment of employee resource groups, or infinity groups, for employees from different backgrounds. BOE established a diversity inclusion committee, which supports diversity by working with the EO office, management, and employees to ensure an open and inclusive workplace. BOE staff also participated in a diverse cookbook project, where employees shared their favorite cultural, ethnic, and family recipes. The BOE also has a Disability Advisory Committee. This committee is comprised of BOE employees who serve as the advisory committee and body to the executive director and the EO office to enhance employment and promotional opportunities and provide equal access to services and benefits for BOE employees with disabilities. DAC has also been tirelessly bringing awareness to BOE on disability through its guest speaker events. Inclusive policies and practices. BOE continually reviews and updates policies and practices to ensure they are equitable, inclusive, including policies related to harassment, discrimination, and reasonable accommodation. Employee surveys and feedback mechanisms. The BOE office regularly solicits employee feedback through surveys to gauge an effectiveness of DEI initiatives and identify areas for improvement through effective onboarding. As head of the EO office, part of my role involves organizing meet and greets, sessions for new employees, including them in what BOE's commitment is to DEI and offering them resources provided through my office. Additionally, I facilitate exit interviews for departing employees to gather valuable feedback on their experiences at BOE. These discussions allow our employees to share insights on our agency's performance and suggest ways to enhance our practices, as their feedback is invaluable in our ongoing efforts to improve our organization while feeling valued and heard. Workplace flexibility. The BOE supports work schedules to accommodate employees' diverse needs, allow telework schedules for employees, and provide reasonable accommodations to meet the needs of every employee. Accessibility and inclusion. The BOE ensures all physical spaces, digital resources, and communications are accessible to individuals with disabilities. These efforts foster inclusion and ensure all employees and those whom we interact with have access. Equity and service. We apply DEI principles in delivering service to the public, recognizing that BOE also serves a diverse group of taxpayers. Next slide. BOE's continued commitment to DEI includes monitoring and recognizing the strength of diversity in our workforce and addressing disparities or inequities within our organization. In addition to the BOE's initiatives, we are dedicated to assessing BOE's underrepresentation, ensuring a continued leadership commitment, DEI education and training, clear policies and procedures, utilizing our employee resource groups, transparency and information sharing, and continuing to incorporate the feedback we receive. At BOE, we are committed to creating a culture of inclusivity. Next slide. Members, this concludes my presentation, and now I am available to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schaefer, and then Mr. Vasquez. Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you for a very fine report. I had a few questions. First of all, am I considered a BOE employee or am I a BOE employer?
You're an elected official of the board. You are not an employee, you're an elected official of the board.
So I don't figure in your disability breakdown.
Actually, you do come into our categories for that particular breakdown.
Pardon me?
You are an elective official, but you do come into our categories of our demographics.
Right. Is that because somebody sees me with a cane because my arthritis kicks up, or do they know I have a placard on my automobile for parking? How do you find out that my arthritis is kicking up? Does somebody tell you, or do you see it? I didn't know. It's not on my birth certificate. It's not on anything in my personnel file.
Disability. You go ahead and say.
It's self-reported, so if it's reported by yourself.
Oh, I see. I noticed for veterans, the state employs 4.7% veterans, but we, the BOE, employ only 1.4% veterans. I'm always speaking up on behalf of the veterans, and whatever preferences are available to them, I want us to be aware of that. And I assume we are.
We are aware of it. We noticed that disparity as well and question, why is it so low?
Sure.
And we concluded that one of the reasons is that for the work that we do not have veterans with that skill set yet. Most of the veterans they're not veterans yet, they're still serving our country. Thank you very much.
And then the final question I had is gender. I notice we break it into male, female. There is a decline to state gender. There's a transgender. Do we recognize anything other than male and female in our reporting, either statewide or BOE?
Yes, so this information is collected and gathered by the CalISH-R. The information and data that you have in front of you is actually the most recent data that we have. However, effective sometime in November, their CalISH-R's reporting forms have been updated, which includes additional options.
I have no problem with being much greater female management than male. I know when I went to law school back in the 60s, we had about 5% of our class would be women and 95% men. And today, the women are in the majority, and they're some of the finest judges and finest lawyers I've ever dealt with. And so I'm glad to see our statistics are reflecting that. I would think that the state is more male than we are because they have some extremely hazardous occupations like CHP officers and whatnot. And I can see that men are a little more bravado and always have been. And I think that that's consistent. I think working for the BOA is a lot safer than working for the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for this presentation. This is real helpful. As I'm looking at this, it is evident that there's a lot that's gone on to this program. And I'm just wondering, is the agency gathering any employee feedback or other performance indicators to measure the current effectiveness of the BOE and the DEE program? DEI, I guess it is.
Yes, thank you so much for that question, Member Vasquez. So as a EO officer, I do meet initially on point when new employees do onboard. And when employees do depart our agency, I do have a one-on-one session with them to conduct an exit interview and find out what we can do to better our agency, and comments and any feedback that they have. I'm open to listen to that and implement those by speaking to the executive director to see what we can do to bring those changes.
And as I look at this chart, I guess it looks like it was on the number 5, your number 5 slide that has the race and ethnicity diversity. Am I reading this correctly? I guess it's color coded. So looking at the legend here, it has the gray bar being for example, the Asian population is 15% statewide, right? And then in terms of BOE, there's 21% employees, right, Asian, according to this.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
And then I go down to Latinos. They're like 40%, but yet we're only 10%, which is the reverse. I mean, huge reverse. And then I see the other reverse on the white. They're 34% according to the census, 20 census, but they're almost 60% of the workforce. So I guess I'm my question would be, what's the goal moving forward?
Well, our goal is to look at what our underrepresentation demographics are and then align those data that we have to bring those underrepresentation categories to our agency. I also want to point out that the title categories of each race and ethnicity does go beyond an explanation of what those categories are, such as the race category of white also encompasses Lebanese, Arab, Moroccan, Irish, and German. So those categories are further than defined as well. And these are also self-reported data that we receive, but we do use the information and data we collect to target what our underrepresentations are and try to bring those diversities to our agency.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Anyone else for questions? Mr. Gaines?
Yeah. I'm looking at your chart here that has the different highlighted areas for DEI initiatives at BOE, current ones, and how does merit fit into all this?
Well, all of our applicants go through a merit hiring basis.
Okay.
And everybody goes through that screening of merit hiring
Okay.
basing. Yes.
So before any decision is made, they've passed through some sort of merit or testing or some sort of category that qualifies them for the position.
If I may, sir, exactly. When we look at DEI and diversity, what she was saying, we want to have a diverse work group. And we have our recruitment team that is a diverse recruitment team, and we go to diverse places in order to get a diverse hiring pool. But when it comes to an individual applying for a job with the BOE, it's a merit-based hiring process.
Yeah.
So at that time, we don't look at the diversity, we're looking at their qualifications.
Right.
Qualifications only.
Excellent.
So
your outreach.
So our outreach, the key is for the diversity is the outreach has to be diverse.
Yes. Where we have deficiencies and we need to balance.
And we need to balance.
Yeah, so you're doing more outreach. For instance, you do more outreach for the Hispanic, Latino population because we're low in that category.
We're very low
Okay.
in that category. We recognize that. And
Yeah.
we actually, this was a really good exercise for us as the management team when that percentage was so low. And we're like, well, why? When California is 48% Latino. And then we have to look at, we do recruit at different locations, to get a mix of people, but we're mainly Sacramento-based. And the census is showing, yes, California statewide is 48% Latino, but most of the Latinos are in Southern California.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to hinder our ability somewhat. Not saying it's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
We will still recruit and let them know how great we are as an employer.
Sure.
And if the job is Sacramento, convince them to come to Sacramento. We do have a small office in Southern Cal where we can
Right.
have them in Southern Cal
Right.
as vacancies occur.
Sure. A lot of it's just exposure.
It's
isn't
just
it? And
exposure.
being aware of the BOE and what we do.
And what we do and what we offer,
The fabulous jobs we have available.
Yeah, the jobs, there's a lot, we are appraisers and auditors, that's our main function.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have other functions here, analysts, support staff, management.
Mm-hmm.
And, you can be going to school for any degree. Let's say you're going for business management or business finance. Coming on board at the BOE will be a great career opportunity for you in our various offices.
Great.
So, and I think, if I may say that, I'm really pleased with the recruitment team and recognizing what we need and not just limiting, when I go to job fairs, not just limiting it to those where you have to pay to enter the job fair.
Mm-hmm.
I was informed, and I thought that was very astute of this one recruiter, that no, she said, the job fairs that are free
Mm-hmm.
is where you get your most diverse candidates.
Yeah.
And those are the job fairs that we go to as well.
Well, I've been very impressed with the folks we've hired just in the last couple of years. So thank you for all your efforts, and look forward to keeping an eye on this in the future. Wonderful.
Thank you. Mr. Imran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to begin by thanking you, Ms. Ahmad Asher, and Executive Director Stowers for elevating this discussion. I think it's such an important one in such a racially and ethnically diverse state, and we're in the business of serving California's taxpayers, and we cannot serve them well without understanding who they are. So tapping into our dynamically diverse workforce will make a stronger organization and create overall better processes and solutions. Really want to point out two things in the presentation: the disability diversity. I think it's really important to bring that in, the DEI conversation, and then also pointing out the fairness and equity in taxation. That's something that we continue to strive for each and every single day here at the Board of Equalization and in the Controller's Office as well. I had one question. We were talking about the recruitment, right? And Ms. Ronati does a great job getting out on the road recruiting. So what is the BOE doing on the retention side to make sure that high-quality, diverse individuals who come on board stay here at the BOE and make a career out of it?
Very good question. You want me to do it? You got it?
A good question. Thank you, Deputy Controller Imran. So when conducting these meet and greets initially, when these employees come on board, that's one of the things that I emphasize on is the retention. And our training does a great job of building that skill set for our employees to be able to take that next step into their career. So as you may know, we've had many recent within promotions that we've had. So that just shows that we are doing our best to train and give those opportunities to our existing employees to retain them.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer.
I just wanted to second my colleague's commendation of the fine recruitment work that Ms. Renati's been doing for us all along. And I want to second Mr. Vasquez's concern over the Latino participation being a 10.49 for us when it's 39.40 within the state. Prior to 1853, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, all of our real estate was owned by Mexico, and we are in the real estate business as to fundamental fairness. That's what we do, and as far as the taxation issue. So I think there's a good argument to keep looking out and reaching out to be sure the Latinos know that they have a right to any job that is available, within the state or within us, and we're not too technical for them. We can train them and help them be good assessors, and I'd like to see more of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And thank you to Ms. Ahmad Asher and Ms. Towers for presenting on this topic. I want to find out more about those the recipes that were brought forward and see if there's some secret recipes there that we don't know about yet. But thank you so much for presenting, and any closing comments?
No, thank you so much. Thank you for letting me make this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, members.
Okay, members, we'll go on now to item 10. This is our operational priorities report and quarterly budget report that will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Good morning, Chair Lieber and Vice Chair Gaines and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati. I'm Chief Deputy Director of the Board of Equalization. Today I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects in furtherance of our strategic plan for the agency. The first item is our workforce capacity. Since our last meeting, we have successfully filled 6 positions. 2 are employees that are new to the state. 2 are employees who left BOE and came back home, realizing what a great place we are to work at. 2 are promotions, and that's our new chief positions for our County Assessed Properties Division and our Audit Practices Survey Division. And I'm going to allow Dave to announce those promotions to you in his report, but those 2 positions have been filled. Through consistent and proactive recruitment initiatives, the agency has reduced its vacancy rate to 11%. Yes, 11% went down. Yes.
First time I've heard that, no, first time.
Correct, yes, so we're
11,
excited.
wow.
Our low vacancy rate, it reflects the dedication of our managers, our supervisors, and this board to make sure that we have a robust team of property tax experts. So the next item is workforce development. By statute and civil service rules, state agencies must provide employees with specific training courses. And those are handled by Ms. Ahmad Asher, who you just met. Some courses must be completed annually and others every 2 to 4 years. This includes important topics such as harassment prevention, anti-nepotism, ethics, information security, and the like. To ensure all employees complete these courses on time, we have a training cycle that we adhere to at the agency where every employee in the agency takes the same courses at the same time. Currently, all of our employees, based on the current training cycle, have to complete ethics and harassment prevention by the end of this month. So this is another reminder to anyone listening that your training is due by the end of this month. And I'd like to move on to our quarterly budget report, the second quarterly budget report of the fiscal year. As you know, the general fund provides our funding. We have 193.6 positions for the support of our tax programs. About 85% of that is for personal services, which is our salaries and compensation of our employees, and the remaining 14% is for our operating expenses and equipment, things like our facilities, travel, utilities, and the like. So due to our low vacancy rate, our current expenditure reports are showing that we're going to spend the majority of our personal services budget for the year, which is really good news. We are also on track to spend the bulk of our operating expenses. So we're doing well. We're in the green, I would say. We're not in danger zones anywhere. With that said, on December 12th, 2023, the Department of Finance released a budget letter. It directed all entities under the governor's direct control to immediately reduce current year expenditures in the general fund. So constitutional agencies such as the BOE are exempt from this order. However, the Department of Finance did highly encourage all agencies to comply with the provisions. You know, at BOE, we are committed to efficiency and effective use of funds, so we are voluntarily participating in this program, if it's reducing our cost as it is. So we are looking at any portions of our costs and our contracts and making sure everything is mission critical, that it's needed, and we're making sure that we only spend those funds that we need to manage our programs. We're also in the process along budget lines of obtaining leave reduction plans from all of our employees. Anyone that has vacation or annual leave is a type of leave credit that's in excess of the cap. All those vacation and annual leaves are an unfunded liability for the state. So when people retire or leave state service and they have these high balances, we have to pay the employees out, but it does affect our budget adversely. So we have such a small vacancy rate and we have to pay those funds out of the personal services budget. So we've got to be very careful that we make sure that every employee that's nearing the cap by the end of the year or is currently over the cap prepares a leave reduction plan to get them under the cap. So we are working towards that. It's also healthy work-life balance for employees to take vacation. So where needed, we are highly encouraging people to take vacation and then submit their plan so they will be under the cap by the end of this year. And members, this concludes my report. If you have any questions, I am available to answer.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Vasquez?
Thank you for the report and the great news. 11%, that's huge.
Thanks.
But as I guess it's understandable that we need to cut, our costs. I'm hearing, and it's good to hear that as constitutional members and department, basically our services are somewhat protected, but it looks like we're volunteering to assist in whatever way we can. I was just wondering, as we're moving forward, because I know you've done a great job in recruiting, especially to fill a lot of those vacancies, how is that going to impact us moving forward with the overall goal and plans that we've been really pushing and advocating that you've done such a great job in?
Well, we'll get to a point where we will no longer have vacant positions to fill.
Right.
We'll have to leave a bit of a cushion. It's called a salary savings. A few positions we won't fill, but it's a good place to be to have, because you'll have the workforce capacity to train new employees, bring them on board, train them, and as we know, we're going to have people with retirements. As Ms. Ahmad Asher's presentation showed, we have a larger than normal amount of baby boomers still working. We have, compared to the state, we have a lot of Gen X working. So we know we'll have retirements in the future. So as we bring these people in, we train them, they can succession plan, for them to be our next leaders. So it's a great question and something we're thinking about, Member Vasquez, to make sure that we do fill the positions and have what we need in the future.
And I'm just wondering, since we just went through this whole COVID situation and there's like a whole different mindset and I know we had a lot of people really doing telework, right? They were, doing it remotely. How is that impacting our budget moving forward? Because I know there's a lot of people that probably got pretty comfortable in that situation, and I know you're trying to bring back most of the folks back.
Yeah.
How's that going?
Thank you for your question. Again, a great question. We at BOE, we instituted our telework policy as required in 2022. We have been maintaining that policy since we implemented it with employees can work at home up to 3 days a week. Many of our employees do choose to work at home 3 days a week, and the other 2 days are in the office. So we'll continue that plan as we are now, continue that plan. Many of our employees are auditor appraisers and appraisers. They are working in the field. They're working, so they'll continue that work as well. So we don't see any change for the future. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Gaines.
A couple of comments. One is that with our generational issues, the diversity issue would be, I think, resolved too. I mean, as you have baby boomers retiring, and given the change in the complexion and diversity of the state of California, I think that helps solve some of those issues that were discussed earlier. But I also had a question in terms of the positions. We have 193.6 positions. So can you help me understand that? The 0.6.
Oh, the 0.6? Well, the 0.6 belongs to board proceedings and belongs to Kathy Taylor. And it's just a portion of a position. So someone that would be hired that wouldn't be full-time.
Okay.
So in the past, we had positions that weren't full-time, and the positions are determined on personnel years and how many hours it takes certain work, and so it's calculated.
Okay.
So the 0.6,
right.
generally we leave it as a salary savings, but if we can, we have offered it in the past to employees that want to work part-time.
Okay, good. And then also we have a couple of programs that we oversee, but we're not really doing the collection of, so I'm thinking of the gross premium tax and the alcohol tax. Are those positions handled by the CDTFA
those we have a interagency agreement right now for those positions.
Yeah.
Those positions are currently held at CDTFA, and that's where the funding for those positions is. But there are positions there are programs, and by the IAA they have the positions.
Okay.
So they run we interact with them constantly, and we're having a report today you'll have from Ms. Williams. We'll talk about those programs, but
so they're not included?
They're not included in our numbers, no.
Okay, very good, and so excited about this 11% vacancy. We've never hit that.
Not since I've been here.
Yeah.
I don't think since my whole career
Yeah.
the agency's ever
Is
had
that
11%.
right? Now, do you know how high it was? I'm trying to remember when we first got elected.
I'm going to look to Kathy.
No, 30%.
30s. There was when I got here, there was after the restructuring of the agency, there was a lot of vacancies.
A lot of changes.
A lot of change, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. The Controller and I are very, very impressed. Ms. Renati, we think we're doing an incredible job. I know it's not easy getting on the road, but the recruitment efforts speak for itself, and I think you're making incredible strides here. So just want to thank you again, and also, too, just getting the Board of Equalization's name and brand out there. I think it's so important. So thank you again.
You're welcome.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate it, and all your efforts towards recruitment. It really shows. So thank you so much. Great. Well, we'll go on now, members. We just have about 6 minutes until Mr. Schaefer needs to step out to another facility. And so we'll go on to item 11, our Communication Chief's Quarterly Report, presented by Mr. Kim.
Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members. I am Peter Kim, BOE's Chief Communications Officer. Today, I'll provide a brief overview of some major highlights and accomplishments of the department in the fourth quarter of 2023. I'll also provide a brief recap of the department's work from last year. Members, as you know, the BOE website is a critical tool in communicating and providing essential and up-to-date information to stakeholders and the general public. I'll first begin with some updates to the BOE website. In the last quarter, since the Proposition 19 webpage was launched on November 10, 2020, there have been approximately 605,188 unique external page views through December 31st, 2023. This is an additional 47,917 page views since last quarter. The Guidance Issue tab was updated in the last quarter to include the recent letter to assessors regarding Proposition 19 technical cleanup for change in ownership exclusions. Through the board's leadership, a translate button to offer translation to non- or limited English-speaking individuals has been available since June 10th of 2022. The webpage offers 7 language options: Spanish, Traditional and Simplified Chinese, Filipino, Vietnamese, Korean, and Armenian. There have been approximately 5,124 unique external page views since December 31st, 2023. This is an additional 703 page views since last quarter. Finally, with the recent change in board leadership, board member web pages were updated to reflect the current chair and vice chair, as well as the BOE's organization chart to include recent changes to the property tax department. Members, next I'll provide a brief year-end review of BOE's social media activity. As the executive director mentioned earlier, the BOE continues to utilize social media to expand our communications and stakeholder relations. Last year, social media posts include upcoming board meetings, Proposition 19 updates, career opportunities, disaster relief, news releases, important deadlines, hearings, and interested parties meetings, and general information about the BOE. In 2023, there were approximately 70 social media posts on all of BOE's social media accounts. Last year, we used several new social media graphics, and later this year, we plan to roll out and post a short recruitment video featuring one of our employees sharing why BOE is a great place to work. Members, I will now provide a brief recap of the new and updated publications that the department facilitated in 2023. The memo provided to you lists all of the publications, but I wanted to make a special note that we updated both the introduction to the BOE and the California State Board of Equalization fact sheet to assist the board in its outreach and communication efforts with your constituents. Finally, last year, we also focused on the agency's internal communications. The communications department led the development and launch of the agency's new intranet site, MyBOE. MyBOE replaced all legacy intranet sites to assist and further effective communications and collaboration agency-wide. I hope you and your staff are using the site and assisting your offices in fulfilling your duties and priorities. Members, this concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you for that excellent report, Mr. Kim. I really appreciate your comprehensive efforts, especially this last year in 2023, to present important information to the public on property tax, especially as we're revamping the website and the social media platforms. In regards to the social media communications, you mentioned that in 23 there were approximately 70 posts on all BOE's social media accounts that provided a range of information to public and other stakeholders. Can you give us a general idea of the response to those posts?
Thank you for the question, Member Vasquez. The responses vary. I know that for many of our retiring employees, and the board presents the retirement resolutions, we do post those on our social media. And I would say that those receive a lot of responses because, as you know, we have current and those who have recently or been longtime retirees of the BOE that have worked with them, and so they do react to that. Another example, of course, is our recruitment posts. A lot of folks who are in the market for job opportunities do respond to them, and it's another avenue for us to expand our applicant pool. So that is another example. Of course, there's always room for improvement, and we definitely want more responses. And I know that the members, they're very active on social media, and so I appreciate the collaboration we have whenever your offices share our posts. Of course, this is a team effort, and so we're excited that we continue to build upon that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Kim. And I'm just trying to get clarity in terms of our outreach and our ability to educate our constituents about what the BOE does. And so we have the introduction of the BOE, and I know we have brochures and things like that we can give
That's
to
correct.
constituents. Is there a way to send an electronic version of introduction of the BOE to our constituents?
Yes, all of the publications are actually available online already, and so they're in PDF format. If you need any other type of formats, your offices can reach out to me, and I could definitely provide those to you and your staff. But yeah, they're available electronically. I know that they're linked to some of your websites, and so it is electronically available. Yes.
And this may be a question of the executive director, but is there a way that we can, for instance, send out the introduction of the BOE to our constituents? My background's from the legislature, where we had a budget and we could communicate with our constituents. And so we do like a newsletter, and they were all approved through the legislature in terms of what we sent out. But this is informational in nature. I'm just trying to attack this issue where people don't know what the BOE does.
Are you referring, when you say, excuse me, Yvette Starr is Executive Director, are you referring to, when you say your constituents, are you saying all 10 million, approximately 10 million that's in your district?
Well, maybe not.
Or
I mean,
just those who are
I
on
know
your
there's got to
mail
be
list?
some limitation in terms of
Yeah.
what we can do, but doing it electronically is a pretty efficient way.
You can definitely send it out electronically in your newsletter. That would be the easiest way. And those are your contacts. And now just electronic, I'm gonna call it a mass mailing, but electronic mass mailing to individuals that legal, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like property owners would have.
Yeah, that would
want to
create a problem.
know what was going on
Yeah.
with the BOE, or a business owner would.
That would create a problem with the mailing rules, because we would have to be going into public records to get their address, their email accounts, and then using that resource and we're not communicating with them anyway to send out.
You use the voter file.
Yeah.
In the legislature, right?
We cannot do that. Yes, elected officials at the legislators have done that in the past, but for you guys to do that would be improper. But you can do it with your newsletter.
Okay.
And I think there's other creative ways where you can get the word out.
It'd be interesting to take a look at how constitutional officers communicate with their constituents, like the treasurer or the controller even.
Yeah,
There's got to be some sort of avenue, I would think.
Yeah, if I may just add, the introduction to the California State Board of Equalization, or Publication 21G, really was not created for any type of mass mailing, if you will. It's more of a informational handout to stakeholders or your constituents, whether you're out at a community event or if you're speaking to, let's say, a Rotary Club, and they're like, oh, what does the BOE do? Sure. It's a great informational piece. It wasn't really designed for mass mailing. Of course, for electronic communications, you could definitely include it in your newsletter. I know that for certain pages within the 21G, we've posted on our social media as a graphic. So there are many ways we could use it. But it was generated so that the board and the agency could just give a quick, brief overview of what the BOE is,
Right.
and the duties that we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to figure out, I understand your explanation, but that doesn't mean we couldn't create something that we could send to our constituents. And so it's just something I'd like to explore and see if there's any options there in terms of how do we communicate. I mean, if you think about it, part of the reason people know nothing about the BOE might be that we can't communicate with our constituents in terms of what we do. So it's like a chicken and egg sort of scenario.
If I may, we could kind of explore that area and see what's possible. And I was informed just this week that there had been a previous attempt to have the county assessors print some information in the property tax bills, et cetera, that they send out about the availability of the TRA office in particular. And so maybe we could explore that with staff about what's possible to get the word out about my BOE and to share some of those without running afoul of the federal telecommunications laws on non-subscription materials coming at folks. So we could continue to look at that a little bit longer. And Mr. Emron, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment. And while you do that exploration, I would urge also looking into maybe YouTube and kind of doing a video transcription as well. It's a great way to send a link over to your constituents.
Yes.
Even if it includes the members, the chair, the vice chair, I think that's a great platform.
Thank you for that comment, Deputy Controller Emron. We actually do have a YouTube channel. It does feature all of our board meetings, so you're all featured there. It's part of our archival purposes, but also for any members of the public to watch the board meetings at their convenience. So it is available, yeah.
Great.
If you're suffering from insomnia, our duties are very important, but we also, if you're recording a hearing that's going on for hours and hours, it still presents a challenge in terms of just communicating the basic aspects of what we do and how we can help our constituents.
Yeah, and I would just have to add that a lot of the informational hearings that the board has been hosting in the recent years, it's all on there, and I know that many members of the public have viewed them because they're a great resource in terms of property tax law and all of the issues that are at the forefront. So,
okay, thank you. And,
Mr. Emron, did you follow up?
Yes, one last question. What about for example, the Caltex breakfast with the BOE? Is that something that's on our YouTube channel as well?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Deputy Controller. That event, as you know, is hosted by the California Taxpayers Association. So we're just attendees or guests of that event. If they choose to make it available online in the future, I guess that's a discussion that both the executive director and Caltex leadership will have to have. And the board, whether the board is willing to do that, because I know that the audience the targeted audience are the Caltex members, so.
Understood, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your report. We're obviously very interested, so thank you, Mr. Kim, for that. And members, we have the TRA office report and the Chief Counsel quarterly report that we were anticipating doing before our lunch break, and I think it won't quite fit in. And I did want to make sure that we take the Chief Counsel's report when Mr. Schaefer is here, because I know that he received a piece of constituent casework that's relevant to that. So if it's works for everyone, we will take our lunch break now. It is 12:05. And we will reconvene at 1:05. Thanks so much. have State Controller Cohen on the line, and thank you for being here. And if Ms. Cicchetti could please review the new Bagley-Keene procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. If a member of the board attends the meeting by teleconference from a remote location, the member shall disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at the remote location with the member and the general nature of the member's relationship with such individuals. Therefore, Ms. Cohen, is there anyone 18 years of age or older present in the room at your remote location?
No, I'm here by myself.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. And we're going to go now to item 2, which is tax program matters. And I'm sure I'm going to say the name of this company wrong, but it's CVIN LLC. This is an audit property tax non-appearance matter. This is constitutional function, and it will be presented on by Mr. McCool. And I would just note that contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Sections 15626. Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. The State Assessed Properties Division performs routine audits of state assessees under the authority of California Revenue and Taxation Code Section 828 and Government Code Section 15618. The purpose of a property tax audit is to determine the accuracy, completeness, and reliability of the financial data furnished by state assessees and used by the board in the valuation process. Audits also include an internal review of the methods, calculations, and assumptions used by the State Assessed Properties Division. Before you today for your consideration is one property tax audit completed by State Assessed Properties Division staff. The assessee has been presented with a copy of the audit report and given an opportunity to provide additional information in response to the audit report. Upon adoption, the assessee will receive official notice of their new board-adopted value and will be provided with 50 days to file an appeal if they wish. I'm available to answer any questions if needed, and I ask for your adoption of this audit. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions for Mr. McCool?
If I could just clarify on this, because there was an inquiry by the BOE for additional information, is that correct?
We made inquiries during the audit period for specific information, yes.
Okay. And none of that information was forthcoming, is my understanding.
The majority of what we requested was not correct.
Okay. And so we've made the adjustment, but there's still a 50-day period for them to respond if they wish.
Absolutely.
Very well. Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions, members?
I think you
Mr.
answered my
Vasquez.
question. I'm good.
Okay, that's great. That's fantastic. And members, the recommended motion is to approve the staff recommendation for the audit findings for CVIN LLC. Mr. Schaefer, would you like to make the motion? Okay, moved by Mr. Schaefer, seconded by Mr. Vasquez. For staff, do we need, we do take public comment on this. Have we received any written comments or know of commenters in the room today?
I have no one in the audience who wanted to make a public comment, and I have received no written request.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Would you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 2 on the agenda?
If you'd like to make a comment from the phone lines, please press 1, then 0. There are no comments.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, we have a motion from Mr. Schaefer, seconded by Mr. Vasquez, to approve the staff recommendation for the audit findings for CVIN LLC. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would call the roll.
Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
Great, the motion passes, and we'll go on now to item 3. This is the state assessed property board roll changes. These are changes to values of 2023 state assessed properties as recommended by staff, and again, this is constitutional function. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code 15626, and again, Mr. McCool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Chair Cohen and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 4876 allows for correction of errors on the state assessed roll. I'm here to present one roll change for the board's consideration. The roll change is the result of a staff error during our allocation process. In this matter, the value of the company's 2023 unitary property was allocated to the incorrect county. This roll change would simply correct that error and does not result in any change to the assessee's overall value. I'm available to answer any questions, and I ask for your adoption of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. Any questions for Mr. McCool? Mr. Gaines?
I just wanted to clarify in terms of the nature of the error. When I had the opportunity to come by and visit last week, you had indicated that you're using, I believe, some more or a new software, or you're trying to implement it, and that would reduce the number of errors in the future. And I don't know if this is related to that or not. Or
Indirectly, it is. So our current system is fairly old, and it is very dependent on human data entry. We have a process going on for a technology solution for a variety of our programs in the agency, so that's something that's ongoing. And our hope is that once that is implemented, it would cut down on a lot of these human errors that are made during our data entry processes.
Yeah, well, I understand, we all make mistakes, but you caught it, so I appreciate that. And I'm glad that we're working on a technology that will help us on that in the future.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? If not, the recommended motion is to adopt the board roll changes as recommended by staff.
So
Mr.
moved.
Vasquez moves. Mr. Gaines, did you wish to second? Okay, and Ms. Cicchetti, do we have anyone who's joined us here in person or any written comments?
There is no one in the audience who wanted to make a public comment on this item, and we have nothing in writing received.
Okay, fantastic. Then we'll go out to our AT&T moderator. If you would please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 3 on the agenda.
If you would like to make a comment from the phone lines, please press 1, then 0. There are no questions.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board then, and there was a motion to adopt the board roll changes as recommended by staff, coming from Mr. Vasquez and seconded by Mr. Gaines. And Ms. Cicchetti, would you call the roll, please?
Okay. Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, members. That item passes. And we'll go on now to item, I guess we'll take item 6 at this time, and then we'll go back to items 12 and 13 a little bit later. And this is regarding the proposal to reconvene the Veterans Exemption, Disabled Veterans Exemption, and Homeowners Exemption Board Work Group, and this will be presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this proposal is to reconvene the next Veterans and Homeowners Exemption Work Group at the February 21, 22, 2024 board meeting for several reasons. One, there are a number of bills concerning veterans carried over from last year, as well as some new ones that the work group participants have asked us to discuss and consider during this legislative term. So the end of February is a key time for that. Number two, the assessors are already beginning discussion and consideration of a number of veterans' legislative proposals and options. Assessor Prang, in particular, in their input would be timely and valuable to us, the agency, and to all the veterans and their organizations. And then number three, the agenda for the work group will be limited only to discussion of matters pertaining to the individual veterans and disabled veterans exemptions and will not include the veterans organizations exemption, which will be discussed at a later date after the ED as prepared with updates and recommendations. And the fourth one is based on the limited agenda. The time slot needed for the work group would be 1 to 2 hours, but not more than that. So even if the agenda for March is so robust, this will not be time-consuming item, but rather extremely important to many of the people who have supported this in the past, especially at this time of the year with the legislative session. So as the co-chair of the work group, I will prepare present minutes and report to the board and participants for review, discussion, and board approval at the March meeting. For these reasons, I ask for your support.
Okay, thank you. A question for Ms. Towers. I know that on the first day of the February meeting, we have a very full agenda. The second day, we have the hearing relative to the insurance markets for homeowners. And how many hours is that expected to take?
On the first day, February 21st, we have the board meeting starting at 10 a.m., and the estimated end time is 4:40 p.m. Is that correct, or is it?
2:35.
I'm sorry, 2:35 p.m.
Okay.
On the first day. On the second day, for the informational hearing, Vice Chair Gaines is still preparing his speakers, but, so I don't have an end time yet, but so far they have 3 or 4 speakers and they're allocating 15 to 30 minutes per speaker.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Schaefer, did you have a question?
Yes, Madam Executive Director, I'm hearing that there's a substantial cost involved, $30,000-$40,000 in trying to do what we're planning to do in work groups. I'm at a loss to understand why we get so involved when we do have Mr. Angelo, who works with every matter pending before the legislature that might possibly affect us. Are we trying to substitute for his good work, or is he doesn't have the time to do the job that's needed? I look at what our grant of obligation to perform is in the Constitution and in the statutes, and I just don't find that we need to be having work groups on these things. I'm hearing that there are some among us, staff, management, board, that miss the old days when we had 4,000 employees instead of 180, and figured by getting into these additional operations, we can grow, and grow, or we'll become our old imperial self, and I don't want to do that. I'm more of a student of Jerry Brown, where less is better, and I'm quite content to be at a reduced size, 180 staff for BOE instead of 4,000, and if a majority of my board is wanting to return to the old heydays and spend $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a crack and hiring additional people, maybe it's time for a revolution within the board, and I'm just not happy to see us exposing ourselves more and more and more, usually at the suggestion of members of our board who are seeking some publicity for perhaps their reelection to this or another job. And I'm not that person. I'm not running for anything in California. I'm termed out, according to some. I just would like to ask us to tighten our belt a little bit on anything that you mention involves money, and I'd like to ask you if it involves more than $100, you share the financial figures with us without us asking you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comment.
And before we go too deeply into the response to that, I wanted to confirm my understanding with Ms. Stowers that the board work groups are achieved with the current board member staff. And so if this were potentially done on day 2 in the afternoon, we would not be paying for speakers to attend or anything like that. And it would be done within Mr. Vasquez's existing staff for his district. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair Lieber. The board work group, the charter and the policy of the board work group is that it is the member, it's the chair of that work group or the co-chair of the work group are responsible for organizing the agenda, doing the research. BOE agency staff is here for technical and legal support only. The cost from an agency perspective is minimal because it's just the cost of being in this building, the cost of CHP, which is the cost that we're going to incur anyway.
How do you define minimal? Less than 1,000 or less than 10,000?
I'm sorry, sir, I do not have that number in front of me, but I will pull it up and give you basically the cost of what does it cost to have what is a daily cost for the board meeting? Ms. Taylor will work on.
I understand we spent $8,500 cold hard cash taking our staff down to Santa Monica to meet the legislators who represent his district down there and talk to one lady who was homeless. I would think for maybe $1,000 we could have flown those people up here instead of spending $8,500 to bring us down there. I just am not happy to see things that are off our required obligation, which is 12 meetings a month in Sacramento or elsewhere as the chair may demand, and I don't think we've been paying any attention to that until maybe today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Schaefer, I think, your points are well taken about the need for frugality, and I don't think anybody is as cheap with a dollar as I am, but you are definitely a competitor for that.
Thank you.
But being that board work group would piggyback on the existing hearing dealing with the difficulty that the majority of Californians are having in getting homeowners insurance, I think that we could do it at minimal cost because we already have a sunk cost for that day in terms of our CHP presence and this room and other issues. So if we added it on in the afternoon for an hour to an hour and a half, I think it would be a very minimal cost, which is what I'm into as well. I think we're on the same wavelength with that. Any other questions?
No, I think you hit it right on the nail. Basically, that's why we were looking to do this, is taking advantage of the fact that we're all going to be up here anyway. We're not asking for a special meeting. And it's kind of ironic, Member Schaefer, because you're the one that keeps bugging us to move our meetings to Southern California. That doesn't happen at free at cost. That's an additional cost.
I know.
What we're talking about is having a meeting up here and just piggybacking on it. So it's kind of disingenuous for you to even raise that.
Well, there's costs other than financial costs, money.
Excuse me, Mr. Schaefer,
yes.
please, if I may. We won't call each other out and have a colloquy because we're already more than 25 minutes behind in our schedule.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'll cut that off right there a little bit. But I think that Mr. Gaines had a comment or a question to supply.
I think the informational hearing that we had on housing was very helpful. I appreciate that that we had that discussion. We've got further discussions coming forward. These are all related to the BOE. The nexus is that we're looking for exemptions in some cases. And of course, the one I'm doing on insurance, we're going to examine what's happening to property values as a result of not being able to get coverage for any particular property in the state of California. So the fact that they're informational cuts the cost down dramatically. And I think in my opinion, it's part of our responsibility to make sure that we are addressing issues that are related and have a nexus to our duties as elected members of the BOE. I've always been fiscally conservative and will continue to do so. I don't even have a Southern California office any longer. We shut that down last year. Fortunately, I have a staff person that addresses a lot of those constituent matters throughout my district, and I'm grateful for that individual. I think all of us are being careful with how we're spending our money. We know that there's a $68 billion deficit in the state of California, and we're going to watch our nickels and dimes and do all the things that we ought to, but I don't think we should shy away from what I would consider our responsibilities as members of the BOE. So thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Cicchetti, if you can confirm my understanding, if we have a consensus on this item, we don't need to take a formal motion, or would we need to have a formal motion on it? Okay, I'm seeing yeses
Yes,
and
I was going to
noes.
say it's preferred that we have a motion.
I'm sorry, Ms.
I'm
Cicchetti, I'm
sorry.
sorry. Pursuant to the members' board work group policy, whenever you want to reconvene or establish a work group, a motion is required.
Okay. Okay, well, we will, if there are no further questions at this point, we'll go ahead and take a motion to hold this limited time hearing on the second day of the February meeting after the conclusion of the insurance hearing. And I'm assuming
That's a motion. I'll second.
you'd like to, Mr. Vasquez will move that, and Mr. Gaines, would you like to second that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And do we have anyone here in the auditorium who has submitted written comments or wishes to get in on this?
We have not received anything in writing pertaining to this item, and there is no one in the auditorium who wanted to come forward to speak on this item.
Okay, and then we'll go out to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, could you tell us if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 6?
For comments on the phone line, please press 1 then 0. And there are no comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vasquez has made a motion to hold the hearing, and Mr. Gaines has seconded it. Ms. Dowers?
Before you call the roll, please, just clarification that the motion is going to be to have the reconvene the board work group on veterans on the second day of the board meeting, following Vice Chair Gaines' information hearing.
Yes, that
So-
was part of
Yeah.
the motion. And as Mr. Vasquez indicated earlier, this is just to hear the limited scope of the homeowner's exemption for the veterans. And again, Mr. Schaefer, your points are very, very well taken, and I hope that we can all vote to do this in this instance only. But I'm going to be your wing woman as far as your budget hawk functions.
And you know I'm a big advocate of the veterans, and just because I vote no on something that has a veteran mention in it doesn't diminish an iota my support of our veterans.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and have Ms. Cicchetti call the roll.
Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
No, nay?
and Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. And members, we've had a request to strike item 7 from today's agenda, so we'll hear that on a future agenda. And I would like to go back now to item 12, if we might. And this is the TRA office report. And we have Ms. Thompson presenting. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, the Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm here to provide you with an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office to keep you informed. First, I'd like to share with you some statistics on the number of taxpayer cases completed by our office last month. In December 2023, we completed 19 cases. 3 were in Board Member Gaines's district, District 1. 5 were in Board Member Lieber's district, District 2. 9 were in Member Vasquez's district, District 3. And 2 were in Member Schaefer's district, District 4. As far as the composition of the cases, 4 were from the administrative category and 15 were from the valuation category. The memo that is attached to the public agenda notice provides additional details on the topics within each of those categories. However, the largest topic within the valuation category was exclusions from reassessment with 6 completed cases. Of those 6, 5 were for transfers between parents and children, with 1 case pertaining to a base year value transfer for persons age 55 and over. 5 of the exclusion cases pertain to transfers under the time of current law of Proposition 19, while 1 occurred during the time of prior law, specifically Proposition 58 for the parent-child exclusion. The next highest was exemptions and actual enrollment of values, with 2 each. But generally for this month, the cases we completed in the valuation category spanned a vast range of topics with 7 topic areas, which required the TRA team to have a wide breadth of knowledge to assist these taxpayers. Because this is the beginning of a new year, I wanted just to take a moment to express my appreciation for my staff in the TRA office for all of their hard work that they did this year to help taxpayers and also to help me. I look forward to working with the team in 2024 to help more taxpayers, and I also appreciate the board members directing taxpayers to our office that need assistance. That concludes my update.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for Ms. Thompson?
Just a quick comment.
Sure, Mr. Vasquez.
Great job. And it looks like my district got a little bit more active this time.
Sure.
Things are settling down in my district. That's
It'll
interesting.
happen. You just have to
Yeah.
wait for another month.
Yeah, thank you for what
Mr.
you're doing.
Schaefer.
Appreciate it.
Yes, Ms. Thompson, I expected to listen to you for 15 minutes, and you're only sharing with us 3 minutes. You're very efficient.
I am.
Listens.
Yeah, I listened. But next month I'll present the TRA annual report, so it'll be a little longer.
I appreciate all you do, yeah.
You're welcome.
Great. Okay, well, thank you very much for that report.
I had one other question
Oh,
I want to
Mr.
ask Ms.
Schaefer.
Thompson. I noticed that the completed cases, you had 2 for my district and 9 for Mr. Vasquez's district. Does that mean all is well in my area and he's got problems?
We help taxpayers from every district, every county, so it just depends on the month.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I always, take it as a point of pride when I note that my district, which has always been very unquiet, is well represented, but we'll try to drum up a little bit more business for the TRA.
We're happy to have it. Just send them our way.
Thank you. And we'll go on now to item 13, which is the Chief Counsel Quarterly Report. The report on the legal department's workload over the last 3 months, presented by Mr. Nancho.
Great. Thank you very much. Chair Lieber, good afternoon. Chair Lieber, Vice Chair Gaines, and honorable members of the board. I'm Henry Nancho, presenting the legal department's quarterly report covering the 4th quarter of 2023. First, I want to thank my team for their continued dedication and hard work through 2023, especially in the fourth quarter as the legal department, almost all of the legal department works on our state assessed appeals in addition to the regular workload. We continue our efforts in filling our remaining vacancies. We have currently an off route on one of our vacancies, so hopefully we'll get approval and that will be accepted, and we'll continue to fill in our ranks. Members, as you know, our 2023 state assessed appeals season has been mostly completed. We just have a couple of Section 40 decisions which will probably be coming to you either next month or the month after. While the state appeals season is ongoing, the regular workload of the legal department continued to be met. I'll now provide a few topical highlights. In the litigation area, members, as you know, our litigation attorney continues to provide confidential monthly written litigation reports to the board, as well as appropriate public updates to our website on BOE's public litigation roster. Our litigation is also the appeals attorney for our currently sole tax on insurers appeal, so it's keeping him busy, but that is progressing nicely as well. We continue to closely monitor and handle the board's litigation cases, and will continue to keep you informed and updated of any developments in closed session or via confidential memoranda as appropriate. In the area of Public Records Act disclosure requests, in the fourth quarter, we had 52 completed PRA disclosure inquiries. This is a little bit of an increase. Sometimes we have more, sometimes we have less. Unfortunately, it came at the same time as our state assessed appeals season, so it kept our disclosure team very busy. The work is steady and ongoing, and the workload is dependent on the volume of public inquiries, so it just kind of depends on what comes in. We expect work in this category to continue in 2024 as public inquiries come in. In the area of administration and support of board proceedings and the executive department, you'll recall that the administration assignments are typically requested by board proceedings division or executive office covering various administrative or board meeting related legal issues. In the fourth quarter, we completed 15 of such assignments, and we continue to provide support as the board proceedings division and exec office needs. In the area of publications review, members, the legal department completed 40 reviews in fourth quarter 2023. These publications include items originated from the property tax and communication departments, as well as reviewing other agency publications. Again, we expect this work to continue in the first quarter as well. In the area of regulations, board members, thank you for your support of Property Tax Rule 192 and approval thereof. We continue our progress on this rule, and now we'll be preparing it for submission to OAL and hopefully for a quick approval along those lines. In addition, we anticipate the continuing to kind of clean up our regulations, and we'll probably have at least a couple more, if not neighborhood of 4 or 5 more regulation packages in the next year or so. That will be things that will be coming to you in the future. We expect this work in this category to continue and will keep us busy for some time as rules change and we need to continually update our regulations to make sure they're consistent. In the area of tax program and technical advice, in the fourth quarter, the team responded to 34 email inquiries and 21 phone call inquiries. We also completed 4 special projects. We expect this work in this category to also continue. And finally, members, for the fourth quarter, the legal department issued a total of 9 legal opinions or memos, which include property tax technical advice opinions, internal and board meeting related chief counsel memorandums. This is also work that we do for county assessors. As you know, we put an extreme priority on any inquiries we get from county assessors, and I'm happy to report that most of those are usually wrapped up in 30 days or less. My target is to try to get all of such assignments done no later than 60 days, but depending on the complexity, sometimes it takes us longer to research kind of obscure questions that sometimes comes up from our assessors. In the most part, during the fourth quarter, we were able to respond to things within 2 weeks. So we were able to be very efficient along those lines. In closing, I want to again extend my sincere gratitude to my team. I have basically attorneys doing multiple tasks throughout the quarter, and they're doing a good job keeping all the balls juggled and not dropping any plates, so to speak. This concludes my report, members. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Let's see, Mr. Schaefer first for a question.
Yes, hello, Mr. Najo. I noticed that your technical advice, where you've given 34 emails, 9 letters, 21 phone calls, that's 64 contacts. Are those all related to staff and assessors, or are more than a few from members of the public? I ask that because members of the public would find it much cheaper to give you a call or send you an email than hire their $500 an hour attorney. And I just want to be sure that we're not dissipating your valuable time with the public who ought to be paying for it elsewhere.
Thank you for that consideration, Member Schaefer. The majority of those are either assessors or assessor staff, but we do from time to time answer questions, as you know, from taxpayer reps and or individual taxpayers, especially if there's something quick that we can help for them.
Sure.
We try to get those taken care of right away.
Sure, and in a more limited fashion than we would with staff, of course.
Exactly. For those members of the public who send us something more complex, we're very communicative with them, letting them know that those things are a lesser priority, and due to the shortage of staff, it's going to take some time for them to respond. And my attorneys are really good about checking in with them, making sure they know they're still in the queue and what have you. So we have a very iterative process and communicate with all people who ask us for legal opinions.
I know that I call you from time to time, and I send you emails, and you always respond fully and promptly. Am I in these statistics here?
You probably are in some extent. I'm not always as good as my staff about recording all the times that I help board members or other members of the assessor's offices or what have you. So I will answer this way. You should be included in that statistic, but I can't guarantee that.
Well, if I get to be a nuisance, let me know.
I will do that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Make sure you bill them.
Mr. Vasquez.
There you go.
Well, thank you for the presentation. And just in terms of what you're seeing, is there any trends that you see in this next quarter coming up?
You know, we're always kind of mindful of trends because we communicate with the property tax department about trends, and if there's a letter to the assessors or something that we need to put out. Candidly, I have not seen any trends, especially the last quarter of 2023. The inquiries were really kind of all over the board. There's still, if I had to say a trend, that there are still some, I would say, 25% of our inquiries have some Proposition 19 relation to them, right? People are still trying to figure out those issues. I think for the most part, a lot of the assessors' offices have gotten that squared away, although we recently had kind of an interesting one from one of the assessor's offices having to do with a intergenerational transfer followed closely by a base year value transfer. And that's something that isn't really contemplated very well in the Proposition 19. So that's been kind of a unique issue that candidly is taking us a little longer because we want to make sure we get it right. But that's kind of a unique one that's come up.
That was in Orange County, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, I did a resource fair with my assessor Prang just this last weekend in Santa Clarita, and he showed up and he asked me that specific question. And I know it's in Member Schaefer's district, but he took advantage of it and drove all the way up to participate and ask that specific question. And it sounds like you guys were able to figure that out because it was a whole timing issue, I guess.
Yeah, in that particular case, without going into the confidences of any taxpayer, actually, that taxpayer's issue was pretty straightforward, but the assessor's office had other questions that kind of related to it, and they wanted us to answer all the questions before they gave that taxpayer the advice. So my office, the attorney handling it, has been really good about contacting that taxpayer and letting them know that you're probably okay. It might take a little longer for the assessor's office to give you official word, but we've been helping them along those lines.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And just looking ahead for this next quarter, do you envision any new priorities or other tasks that might come up in this next quarter on the legal side?
You know, I honestly, Proposition 19, getting that kind of, we're getting to the point where we're getting some of these unique issues. So I anticipate more of those coming up. The other thing that's on my to-do list is definitely going back and cleaning up some of our regulations and trying to get those consistent with some law changes that we haven't been, necessarily keeping up with. 192 is a good example of that. The other area that we are looking at, and we work very closely with the Property Tax Department on, is providing further guidance to the assessors. There's some rules and some things that we're looking at kind of refreshing. And then finally, I don't want to make any promises. My staff is probably going to start throwing rocks at me for saying this, but we are trying to look at our annotations because some of our annotations haven't been updated in quite some time. So I'm seeing if I can spring some resources to, and we're doing this in conjunction with the Property Tax Department. So we're trying to identify kind of more priority ones, and then we'll try to work on some annotations as well.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, I just wanted to get an update, if I could, in terms of staffing. I think you may have had an attorney or two that may have moved on to
Yes.
other departments or other
Yes.
legal duties. And I was just curious.
What happened was we had a couple of attorneys who I'm very happy for them, got a promotion. I'm very sad to see them go. But they left for other departments. But I've hired one, and we are getting ready to start the recruitment again on the second one.
Good.
We've done some recruitments for that second attorney position. This is actually our second time out because the first time we went out, we just didn't find anybody really with any kind of property tax background or affinity. So, we, if worse comes to worse, we'll train somebody up. But if we can find somebody with at least some familiarity, it puts us that much ahead of the game because it kind of draws resources from my other attorneys to kind of train somebody from the ground up.
Sure. Good. I'm glad that you're working on that, and you've got one already replaced.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much for the inquiry. I appreciate the questions.
And Mr. Emron?
I just
Yes.
had a quick comment. Thank
Sure.
you, Mr. Nanjo, for your report. I think it's a great way to kick off the year, just kind of giving a high-level overview. And you're such a mighty team, and I think we depend on you so much. So please extend my regards to you and your entire team. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I'm sure my team appreciates that as well. Thank you very much.
Great. Seeing no other questions, I'll just give my compliments on the report and your work and the work of all of your team. We very much appreciate it. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, members. That means a lot to my team and myself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And members, I think this is an opportune time before we go into a 30-minute long item to give staff their brief afternoon break. So we will do that now at 1:50 and come back at 2 o'clock sharp.
Sounds perfect.
Okay, we'll come back to our meeting now. And our next item is item 14. This is the Property Tax Deputy Director's report. A report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues for the Property Tax Department, presented by Mr. Young and team.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lieber, honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department here at the board. So today we have actually 5 reports for you. But before we start, I wanted just to give you a little bit of an update on what Ms. Renati already brought up. As part of our reorganization of the Property Tax Department, we have divided what was formerly the County Assessed Properties Division into 2 separate divisions. One will have the remainder of all the functions, but we separated out a separate division for the survey team. That division now is called Assessment Practices Surveys Division. So we did that in order to give each one of those functions their due attention and effort. I also wanted to remind you that actually that is a restoration of how it was about a decade ago. Before we actually shrank those two divisions together, they were actually their separate functions. And I am so happy to report that we have been able to restore that structure. So with that, as Ms. Renati alluded to, we have actually filled our recruitment for the chief position in both of those divisions. So for the CAPD, the remainder of the County Assessed Properties Division, the new chief is Ms. Lauren Keach. She was with the board prior as the manager, as the principal. She has since been promoted to chief of that division. And for the Assessment Practices Survey Division, the new chief in that position is Ms. Holly Cooper. And she was, as with Ms. Keach, she was also the manager prior. We did a wide search for qualified candidates, and those two, I am very happy to announce, rose to the top. So if I could, I would like to recognize them. They're both in the office. I mean, in the chair. They're back there. So I look forward to their continued efforts in bettering the department as a whole. With that, let me start with your indulgence. There's 5 reports. I would like to take a couple of them out of order. I'll start out, and then I'll turn over the rest of the reports to Ms. Schultz and then to Mr. McCool for the last report. So if I can, I'll start with the welfare exemption report. So I've already announced that there's a new chief in that CAPD section. That it also covers the welfare exemption department. And what we've done there is we've continued. Our executive director, Ms. Towers, was very kind in giving me the opportunity to announce our achievements there. She already mentioned that we were working on making the application process of that a little more friendly, a little more streamlined. It's all part of the streamlined process that we've been embarking on for the last 2 years, but we've been able to actually convert the applications, and they're all online now. They are fillable, and you can execute and sign them digitally, and you can actually submit it to us digitally. She mentioned we're still working on it. As of Friday last week, they've actually gone live. So they are now available online. With that, we've also reorganized part of the website in order to give a little clearer directions to applicants and to our stakeholders, where we really look forward to that improving our processes. We've already made great improvements in leaps and bounds in our turnaround time, and we hope to actually carry that a little bit more. The application should be easier. Our review and handling of it should be easier. And hopefully that will actually free up some of our staff time in order to answer some of the tougher questions and give a little more customer service to those people filing that actually need that. So that is a lot of hard work on staff's part, led by Ms. Lauren Keach, our new chief, all her staff. And I also wanted to recognize CDTFA's, their TSD's participation, that they've been our technology partner in this through the whole thing. So it took quite a lot, but we finally got that done. And I look forward to updating you in the future on how that's being implemented and what the response has been so far.
Thank you.
Okay, so that kind of covers my welfare exemption report. I will next move on to my report on, it's a quarterly report on our assessment practices surveys, what's been going on the last quarter of 2023. So just a little bit of background. We call it a survey, but what it really is, it's a compliance audit. And there's actually two major functions to it. One is a qualitative audit. We actually look at their written policies, and then we follow up and look at their actual procedures to see whether their policies are follow statute, and then two, whether they actually follow their own policies. And then the other one is a quantitative compliance audit. We actually take a look at each assessor's tax roll, and we draw random samples out of there, we stratify them, and then our own appraisers go through and basically revalue the properties to see how close that we are to the ideal. So for the last quarter of 2023, we've actually been very, very busy. We published actually 6 of these reports. 2 of them are what we call supplementals. The supplementals, what they do is we look at the prior report from 5 years ago, and we look at their recommendations, and we follow up on the recommendations to see how many were implemented and how many have yet to be implemented. 3 of them are sample only. They're the quantitative compliance audits. We take a look at their assessment rolls, and we come up with a ratio of how close they got to what the ideal assessment should be. And then the very last one is a full audit. And for the 10 largest counties by assessment in the state, they get both. It's not one or the other. We do both. And so I'll start out with the 2 supplementals. The 2 supplementals for last year were Placer County and San Luis Obispo. Both of them had recommendations from the prior report, and I'm really happy to report that the vast majority of the former recommendations were actually implemented. We had one that was not yet implemented, and that's in the real property assessment arena, and it had to do with the assessment of mineral properties. So they had one left. That's not too bad. And San Luis Obispo, had the same outcome. They implemented all of theirs except for an assessment of mineral properties. So I guess we're going to need to do a little bit more training on that. And actually, we actually have workshops set up for that type of properties. The 3 counties that we did a quantitative compliance audit on were Siskiyou, Marin, and Tuolumne. So for Siskiyou, they had a total of 45,852 individual assessments that added up to a total roll value of $5 billion. We pulled samples from their 2021-2022 assessment roll, and our appraisers went through and basically revalued the properties to see how close they were. They were at 100.08%, so that's almost perfect. Their absolute variance was 1.26%, and that is well within tolerance of the requirement under law. Marin was next, same year, 2021 to 2022. Marin has 104,799 assessments, and for a total roll value of $90.1 billion. Same procedures, we looked at it. Marin's assessment ratio was 100.15, so just about perfect. Their absolute variance was actually a little tighter, so their absolute variance was 0.25%, well within the range. The last one we have that is just a quantitative audit is for Tuolumne. Tuolumne had 39,327 assessments, $8.8 million on the roll. Their assessment ratio came out to be 98.67%. Their absolute variance is 2.27%, all well within tolerance. So all 3 of those, we did not find any, everybody was within tolerance. The last one I have a report on is for Riverside County. Riverside County was a full audit, both quantitative and qualitative. We looked at 3 general areas. We looked at their administration, their assessment of real property, and their personal property and fixtures assessments. For the administration, we looked at the budget and staffing, their workload, the assessment appeals, and exemptions. We did not find anything that needed a recommendation. For real property, we looked at change in ownership, new construction, declines in value, and certain properties that are subject to special assessment procedures, such as mineral. We did find a couple of areas. Overall, we found that it was very well run, but we did make a recommendation for change in ownership and new construction, and I believe also one for mineral properties. And then for the assessment of personality and fixtures, we found overall quality. Nope. We did not find anything that needed a recommendation on that one. So that was a well-run program. And then the last item is we also did the quantitative look at their role. Their ratio came out to be 100.19%. And that is perfect, just about perfect. And then their absolute variance was 0.35%. So all of them, all 6 of them, whether they were a supplemental, a quantitative, or a full audit, they all came out to be to have no issues. So there was no significant assessment issues, nor were there any out of tolerance in their assessment role. And the very last thing I wanted to report on as an update for the survey program is that last week we attended the kickoff meeting for the Assessors Association, annual kickoff meeting, and we set the schedule for the 2024-2025 survey program. So I will just give it to you quickly. For the group one, where they get both the qualitative and quantitative for 2024-25, they will be Orange County and Alameda County. And then for the second group, the second group is number 10 to number 11 to number 20 in assessment size total for the state. So Sonoma has been chosen for a qualitative survey, and Sacramento was chosen for a quantitative survey. And then for the third grouping, which is counties 21 through 58, Stanislaus, Tehama, and Plumas were chosen for the qualitative, and then Nevada and El Dorado counties were chosen for the sample only. And with that regime of who we pick, we actually had a couple of counties that basically got a bye for this rotation. The counties that got a bye were Calaveras, Imperial, and Mendocino. So we've set the survey agenda for our upcoming year's worth of work. So with that concludes at least my presentation for the assessment practice survey and for the welfare. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Yeah. Are there any questions, Mr. Vasquez?
Just one quick one.
Yes.
You mentioned the streamline, how successful, and it's moving.
Yes.
And I was wondering, what moving forward, what do you see? Is there a possibility of anything else that we can improve, or are we hit it, or is that it, the max?
No, we are continuously looking for new opportunities. We started, as you recall, with our LEOP program, our legal entity ownership program. That only had basically one, technology-wise, it only had one form that we needed to convert. We did that as a pilot program. It was successful, and we were able to do it. Our next bite was our welfare program. That had 6. It went live as of last Friday. I heard through the grapevine that there were already people calling up and trying to take advantage of it and use it. So I don't know if they were able to actually file just yet, but the interest is there already. We still have many things that are submitted to the board, to staff. Right now, it's a mixture of either hard copy or through email and whatnot. But in order for us to drive efficiency a little bit more, to receive it digitally, work it digitally, approve it digitally, and send it back digitally, that's beginning to end. That's what we're pushing towards. There's still a whole lot of other opportunities. State Assess has a whole multitude of submissions that we would love to get on that. We have training records and whatnot, so there's a whole untapped area of opportunity for us to drive some more efficiencies.
Appreciate it, thanks.
Of course.
Other questions? Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just had one comment. I just really want to extend my appreciation to the Controller and I both on the Assessors Kickoff meeting. I can't explain enough how much of a sacred relationship that is between the assessors and the Board of Equalization. And I'm glad that you got all your work cut out for you this year, too.
Thank you.
Is that something of, when you're planning that out between the counties, is that something that they are submitting voluntarily, or is it kind of going in order?
No. So what happens is, by tradition, the president of the CAA chooses. So it's part of the way we choose what counties to survey. Part of that is the top 10, there is no choice. You're on rotation. You get both. There's no choice. But the way it's segregated now, the second and the third tier, somebody chooses one to sample and one to survey for the second tier, and the other one is they choose three to survey and 2 to sample. So by tradition, the CEA president chooses. We have a little can with numbers in it and that represent each county, and they actually pick it. So there's no favoritism. It's all done by random, and it's the CEA president that makes the choices. They actually pulls the numbers out of the can. So, and I fully agree with you. Our working relationship with the assessors has been fantastic in the last, as long as I can remember, as long as I've been here. And it is something that we hold very, very dear. And we have collaborated on a lot of projects, and we've helped them and they've helped us. So I want to recognize that.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Of course.
Great. Any other questions? Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Young, I find that BOE communicates with me via my chief of staff. There's always a couple of days delay between when you send it out and it comes to me, which is okay. But I found out that by signing up as a citizen, I get it the same day he does. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
Secondly, I noticed that the letters to assessors are used to solicit input from our stakeholders on property tax project and rulemaking processes. Do we get any such input, or are we just seeking it?
It really depends on what we're doing. If we are doing rulemaking, sometimes we get a lot of input. If we are revising a handbook, it goes through a very formal process called the interested parties process, and we get a ton of input from assessors, stakeholders, general public. So we actually do get quite a lot of input. It just depends on the nature of the inquiry and what we're asking for.
And I notice here that a complete listing of all letters to the editors issued to date can be found. Well, we've been around about 180 years. How long have we been sending out letters to the editor? I mean, if I go to the website, how far back can I go?
The letters to assessors, I believe on our website, I think we have up to 1978.
I was just there,
Yeah, so it goes back quite far. We are in the process of actually making all those ADA accessible. So I believe from 2000 on, they're already been converted. There may be some of the older ones that we're still working on, but our goal is to have everything back, the whole compendium back to 78. There were some letters to assessors prior to that. I don't know, a lot of them have been superseded and whatnot. So as time and resources permit, we'll go back and grab those also.
Have you ever run into anything through the archives or through some older retirees that goes back to the 1800s as to how we did business then? I would be curious.
I'm sure I'm sure they have advisory letters even back then, but organizing them into an actual compendium of letters that were numbered and sequential, and so you can search it. That's been relatively probably about a 50-year endeavor.
And we had a lot fewer assessors in those days too.
We have fewer counties. You are correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Seeing no other comments, if you'd like to introduce Ms. Schultz's item.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will do that. Ms. Schultz, I believe letters to assessors is next.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
we have a little seat change here.
Yeah, I think we have some non-working microphones.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. I'm Glenna Schultz, Principal Appraiser in the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, the memo provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff issued a total of 56 LTAs for calendar year 2023, and 1 LTA for calendar year 2024. Since our last board meeting, 9 of those LTAs have been issued. Those 9 LTAs are summarized as follows. An LTA to issue the 2024 edition of Assessor's Handbook, Section 531, Residential Building Costs. An LTA to issue the 2024 edition of Assessor's Handbook, Section 534, Rural Building Costs. An LTA to issue the 2024 edition of Assessor's Handbook, Section 581, Equipment and Fixtures Index, Percent Good and Valuation Factors. An LTA on 2023 property tax legislation. An LTA to issue the vessel valuation factors for lien date 2024. An LTA on housing authorities property taxation. An LTA on taxable publicly owned lands. An LTA to announce the California Consumer Price Index inflation adjustment factor for 2024, and an LTA that lists the board-prescribed property tax forms. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Schultz at this point? Okay, seeing none, we'll go back to Mr. Young for the next item.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, I believe you have one more for training and certification.
Yes, thank you. I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. For the 2023-2024 fiscal year, we have scheduled 34 classes and 3 workshops. To date, 24 of the 34 classes have been completed. Since the last board meeting, 4 classes have been taught. We also continue to offer our existing online basic training courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses and self-study training sessions available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on training and certification. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah. Any questions on this item, members? Seeing none? Okay.
Thank you. I believe our last report is for State Assessed Properties Division, and that will be by Mr. McCool.
Can I make a comment? I'm sorry. Just real.
Sure, Mr. Gaines.
Just briefly, because I wanted to thank you for addressing the needs for Nevada County, where they had hired, I think, like 8 new employees, and they were trying to get them into classes as soon as possible. And so there were accommodations made by your department in allowing some folks into at least one class that I can think of. So I want to thank you for that accommodation. It was an issue that when I met with the county assessor, they brought it up, and we were able, it's always nice if someone brings something up and then you take it back and you resolve the issue. So that's an example of that. Thank you.
You're very welcome. We recognize their unique situation. Nevada County having 8 new staffs probably needs a little bit of help. So
right. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Now we'll go to Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Chair Lieber and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today I will be providing an update on the status of ongoing work in our division. Now that the 2023 appeal season has concluded, SAPD is now concentrating on preparations for the 2024 appraisal season. Staff are currently working on the annual replacement cost new factors and the percent good factors, which are used in our cost approach appraisals. We publish these factors each year based on data collected and analyzed by our staff. Last year was the first year our staff published these factors on the agency's open data portal. That process worked out very well, so we will continue to place the factors on the data portal going forward. Staff are also working diligently on compiling data for this year's annual capitalization rate study. Appraisers with knowledge and experience in each of our industry groups are working together to obtain the market data used in the study. The data analyzed by our unitary appraisers and input from state assessees is also considered. We are still in the data gathering portion of the process, but staff will be working diligently on the study for the next several weeks. Finally, the date to file the annual state assessed property statement is March 1st. and staff are already receiving extension requests from our state assessees. Requests for an extension to file an annual property statement must be received prior to March 1st. That concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any questions or comments for Mr. McCool in this part of the report? Seeing none, thank you so much. And Mr. Young, did you want to conclude for the team?
I believe, thank you very much. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's a lot for us to grab a hold of there, and this is always a contentful part of our meeting, so thank you. Members, our next item is item 15, the Special Taxes Quarterly Report. This is a workload report for the third quarter, presented by Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and members of the board. I'm Laurel Williams, the BOE's technical advisor for the special tax programs, which we administer, so the insurance and the alcohol programs. I'm going to start with the quarterly report on the insurance program. This program currently has 2,742 accounts, which is up from 2,736 in October. Basically static. The revenues for this program in fiscal year 23-24, according to the December 2023 Department of Finance Bulletin, are at over $1.64 billion. This is approximately $20 million over projection, which is 1.2% of the forecasted amount. The program remains very compliant on all other fronts. The second program is our alcoholic beverage tax. Currently, there are 10,688 alcohol accounts. This is down slightly from 10,726 in October. This slight decrease is a normal part of the cycle for two reasons. The first is that in the December special taxes newsletter that CDTFA sent out, they included a small blurb about how to close out an alcohol account. And also, many of the accounts are calendar yearly accounts, so they have a return and a due date coming up. And a lot of people get the email saying, hey, the return due date is, be ready to do your return, or maybe your return is past due, and then that kind of spurs them to close out their account. The revenues for this program, according also to the December Department of Finance Bulletin, are at $183 million. This is approximately $6 million or 3.2% below projections. As I mentioned, many of the accounts in this program have a return that is due in the very near future. So when those returns come and are posted, the funds will be allocated, and we might have a better idea of that picture at that time. Within the alcohol program, the wine grower returns I've been reporting on the opt-in and opt-out. So those have remained for the September return, there were 1,164 returns filed. Of those, 760 opted out. And in October, there were 162 returns filed. Of those, 105 opted out. So these figures show that approximately 5% more accounts are choosing the opt-out than my report in October. Also, there is new opt-in, opt-out information as far as with beer. SB 388 was chaptered that would allow the beer manufacturer returns to be treated in a very similar way to the wine grower returns. This is starting with the January 2024 filing period. So we don't have any of that information yet, but probably will have some maybe with my next quarterly report to help kind of publicize this change, BOE and CDTFA worked together to distribute special notices to the account holders, and the same newsletter where CDTFA included information about how to close out an alcohol account. They also included information on the upcoming changes to the beer manufacturers program. The alcohol returns, or excuse me, the alcohol programs remain very compliant as well, with not much going on there. Unless there are any questions, I will end this report with a fun fact. In 2023 was the first time in history, according to the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States, also known as DISCUS, that in the United States, distilled liquors have become more popular than beer. Main contributors to this are the ready-to-drink cocktails, the canned Moscow Mules, etc., that are available in stores, as well as the premiumization, particularly of whiskeys and tequilas. And there seems to be an increase in celebrity-owned brands. And some of the celebrities that are owning brands, just to name a few, are like Mark Wahlberg, Michael Johnson, The Rock, Kendall Jenner. So yes, he has one as well. And also there's some attribution to the recovery of the hospitality industry from COVID. So that was kind of our fun fact for the meeting.
That's great. That is very good to know. Any further questions for Ms. Williams about the distilled spirits or anything else? Okay, seeing none. No, I don't think she did.
I did not.
Darn. Well, we really appreciate all the information, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And members, we're getting to that time when we're ready for item 16, our Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report, an update on administrative and program-related legislative bills impacting the BOE, presented by Mr. Angelo.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and members. Good to see you all again. This is going to be a brief report because this is when this is the calm before the storm, before the introductions of legislation. So there isn't a lot to report on, and I'm going to try not to hypothesize about too much given our budget situation, other than austerity has already kind of been put in place from the administration down, as you heard from Ms. Renati, in terms of tightening our belts a little bit, whether we're mandated to do so or we're just riding herd. And that'll be going across, all state entities. January 3rd is when the legislature came back into session for 2024, the second year of the two-year session. The deadlines for getting two-year bills in their first house is the end of this month, and so they've gone through policy committees. We didn't have anything that we were closely tracking that was in its first house that we had stake in terms of the agency or board member support. So there's nothing really to report on. Most of the successes that we saw were already reported on by Executive Director Stowers that you heard a little bit earlier in terms of your legislation you supported being signed into law, and the committee bills that were agency supported being signed in 889 and 890. We have language into council for proposals that I discussed a little bit last month that haven't been completely hashed out in case we need to introduce a standalone bill, because usually our bills go into committee bills, as I'm always in close contact with the Assembly, Rev and Tax Committee, and the Senate Governance and Finance Committee staff to work on issues that are generally cleanup, non-controversial issues. In case we need a standalone bill, the deadline for bill introduction is February 16th, so we have time for that. In case something goes into a committee bill and needs to come out because someone deems it controversial, regardless of the members of the committee or the staff that wanted to pull it out, we can at that time take anything that we want to pursue individually and move it into another bill, so we won't be constrained by this early deadline. Those that have served in the legislature know this well and know how that process works. But that's generally my legislature back in the saddle bit. And then there are some issues. Obviously, you heard a little bit of what Ledge Analyst's Office said about the budget deficit, a little bit about what the governor said about the budget deficit. Those numbers are always different, and they deal with fiscal year differences and where things are applied. And so we'll see how those differences kind of ride out as we go towards the May revise. But I do know, in terms of legislation, there probably won't be a lot of high-cost issues coming forward. I've thought that in the past, and they've come out anyway. So I'll probably be wrong on that. But in terms of a little bit about what we heard last month in December, we had that little JPA overview. That's a very complex area, and that's something that could be, further scrutinized in terms of who the folks are that are part of the joint powers authorities, private interests mixing with state and municipalities, under obviously to provide low-income housing and other projects that are helpful have always been the goal. So I won't go into anything more than that, other than we'll see where public policy goes on that as we get closer to the deadline. And obviously, I'll let your offices know if something gets introduced prior to the deadline, because most of those things start popping up that aren't a big issue, closer to the February 16th deadline. Community land trust, possessory interest, all of those issues kind of tie in to the JPA concept as well. There are other issues with CDTFA that we have to work in concert with. So if they have, I know we talked a little bit about it before, but if they have an electronic notice of determination concept that is non-controversial, where it's permissive for them to select it, or it's a reasonable approach, it can go into a committee bill. Otherwise, we'll have to determine if it's going to be a standalone issue and if anybody's going to take issue with that going forward. But again, there's no proposal in place yet, but it's something that we would have to work in concert with them on that particular item, whether it's alcohol beverage tax issues or insurance tax issues. I think that's generally it for right now. I don't have any other bills. You heard, I could kind of recap a little bit of some of the other things that we went into last month, but you've heard all of them. There were a lot of bills last year, and we kind of covered which ones were signed and which ones were held. So I will update you as 2-year bills in their second house start moving along with the new introduced legislation. So, one more thing. I did watch the special hearing down south that the insurance commissioner put forward, and I know we're going to be talking in February, so I'm not going to steal any thunder there. I just know that they are looking at ways to deal with filing issues that they've always had at the department. I have a little background in that area, so I kind of know how it works and how complex it can be. So they're looking at ways to address issues with affordability of insurance, affordability and availability of insurance, which obviously Mr. Gaines was talking about property values and insurance availability being something that we want to discuss. And so I did track that. It is an interesting, they have a program called the FAIR Plan, which is kind of like what used to be on the workers' comp side with the State Compensation Insurance Fund. Used to be an insurer of last resort that became taking on much more business because private entities weren't offering it because of increased risk. So I'll leave it at that, other than to say it was they're trying to get new approvals for new policies that used to get held up, but I'll let that be next month's hearing. So, but I did track it and wanted to let you know about that.
Great, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Angelo?
If I could, I've got one.
You've got one, Mr. Gaines?
Yeah. I'm just curious as to what's happening in the legislature as it relates to JPAs. We had the informational hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Is any of this legislation related to issues that we discussed, or are they on different matters?
Right now, it's just, I know it's going to be an issue. It's just a feeling that I have. So I haven't seen any language. I do know that the County Assessors Association was, they have their feelings about it. But there's no language and there's no proposal, and I haven't been asked to look at any language or anything like that. I just know it's a complex universe, and Mr. Young has talked about it before, about the inner workings of it. We had a primer on it, so I could get more up to speed with how it's been put in place, going back from the different types there are. There's quite a number of them that have been put in place in statute over the years, and changed and updated, and folks adding on where others had an exemption or availability to work with public-private partnerships and whatnot. So
that's more of a revenue issue, isn't it, for the county assessors? Isn't that their primary concern?
I think so. I think it usually is.
And Mr. Schaefer had a question.
Yes.
Policy, right?
Yeah. Thank you. You've only used 9 of your 15 minutes, so I've got 6 minutes to dialogue. I am concerned. I feel you're doing a very fine job, and you're a very important part of our process, and you are our link to the legislature. And the legislature is where it's all at. I am concerned that these workshops that we keep working on and expanding and going to have hearings, we can't do anything in that field. We are not the legislator. We are just an administrator to deal with the fundamental fairness of the taxation values of real estate. And if we spend a lot of time coming up with proposals and whatnot, which there's nothing we can do. We can't change the law. We're not the legislature. I really think you're necessary, and we're not in that regard as far as workshops. I would like to see Mr. Vasquez. I remember I'd like to see Senator Gaines and Member Vasquez, instead of having workshops, which they enjoy, but regardless of expense, they take a lot of time, and the public really isn't interested. We had nobody show up from the media at our last workshop. Mr. Kim was flown down there to deal with them if they did show up, and they didn't. I think rather than us try to pretend that we're a junior legislature that might come up with something that the legislature might listen to, I think we'd be much more effective if Senator Gaines and Member Vasquez would come up with some theory that they have that would work. I might suggest to them that we suggest that buying all the cruise ships from all the companies, Carnival Cruise Lines, et cetera, that are obsolete and going to be replaced, and convert them into portable housing for the homeless and anchor them somewhere off the coast of California. This is an idea that ought to be debated. I would like to see Senator Gaines or Member Vasquez, through your good offices, set up an interview with the legislature on an appropriate bill and speak and get some good headlines for them and for us. Everything that they do, the Board of Equalization gets credit for it because they're our leaders. I'm just a former city councilman. My opinion doesn't carry much, but you've got a former state senator here, former mayor of Santa Monica. That's clout. So I want to get our best foot forward, and we're not doing it by having workshops where we can talk among ourselves and think how smart and successful we are because the topic is good and we are right. But again, we're not a junior legislature, and I think that the members that are leading these workshops should really come up with a memorandum that can be proposed to our very fine legislators. They're anxious to have laws that people will salute, and I think it's more important we be a source of maybe some ideas rather than to say, we all voted on this as a BOE, now it should have some strength. It's not going to have some strength. The way to do it is to have you take them into the legislature to the right committee, and we'll get some attention there. And I just want to know that I highly value your work and your services, and I place very little value on our workshops. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. And I was just going to comment that I'm very interested to see if we hear anything back from the the Assessors Association in particular about the JPA issue, because I know that more than one of my assessors feels very passionately about that issue. And so if we hear any rumblings, I would love to know about that. And I know that the bill introduction deadline is February 16th.
Right, yes.
So that's coming up pretty quickly there. So any last questions for Mr. Angelo? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much for your report.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. And members, we're just about 10 minutes over time, so we're very, very close. But we did not yet take public comment for the entirety of the executive director's reports. So, Ms. Cicchetti, do we have anyone who has submitted written comments or who is here in the audience who would like to comment?
No, we have not received any.
Okay, in that case, we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding these agenda items.
For questions on the phone line, please press 1, then 0. There are no comments.
Thank you. Members, the last item for today is closing remarks and then our adjournment. Does anyone have any very brief closing remarks? Anything that has not been said or hasn't been said by everyone yet? Okay. Well, we will go on to adjourn our meeting at 2:51 p.m. And I will note that our next meeting is on Wednesday, February 21st, and Thursday, February 22nd, 2024, in Sacramento, starting at 10 a.m. on those days. Thank you.